Good morning. It's now 10 o'clock and this inquiry is open. I can see from the attendance list that we have a good number of people here with us today, and some to speak or observe. Before we go any further, given our reliance on the internet, etc., can I just check that everybody can hear me? I've got the advocates on my screen, so that's good. Now, if as usual in these things, we'll play it by ear. If we do have connection problems or we have interruptions, we'll just deal with them at the time. If necessary, worst case scenario, we'll adjourn, but we'll deal with them. But please do bring them to my attention. That's extremely important. Thank you. Advocates, again, you seem to know the drill, but if you can, each morning, it's just nice to have somebody to talk to. So if you keep your cameras on, that would be really helpful to me. Others around the table, if you keep yourselves on mute and keep your cameras off until you speak. And then please, if everybody could mute themselves just to keep background noise at bay. Now, a question I asked of the council yesterday, it's very important that we have a contact if people are finding it hard or having problems either joining the inquiry to observe, to participate, or indeed if there are problems with the live stream. Now, I understand that the contact for the council is Ryan Funnell. Could somebody from the council please confirm how that is conveyed, how that will be conveyed to people who may wish to observe the inquiry?
Madam, I can see that the council officers are at the inquiry this morning. I just wonder if I can ask one of the council officers to answer that question, please.
Please.
It needs to be sat there, needs to be speaking, right? So, yeah. Yeah, if there are any issues, yeah, you just email me. The email given around ryan.planning@basildon.gov.uk.
Okay, and is that available? Is that available anywhere to people? How is that conveyed to people who may wish to join, who aren't observing at the moment?
As far as I'm aware, it's been put on the Basildon Council website, along with the live stream for people to access and contact me if needed. Okay,
if you could just ensure that that's the case, and please confirm to me at an appropriate. I will be asking that question at later on. If you could just confirm that to me, thank you very much.
Okay.
My name's Roisin Barrett. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. This inquiry is into an appeal made by Basildon Estates Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the failure by the Council of the London of the Council to determine a planning permission for. It's a hybrid planning application seeking detailed planning permission for two plots, plot 1 and outline plan permission for plot 2. I have the description of development in front of me. It's long. We have confirmed in our case management conference that description of development has changed during the course of the determination of the application and the appeal. Is everybody happy with that? Looking for nods around the table. So that's a detailed application for plot 1, and of course that's Tower A and B, and then we've got an outline application for plot 2, and that's the other 2 towers. So that's Tower C and D. Everybody happy with that? Okay, thank you. That saves me reading out a long-winded description. Okay. For the benefit of those who are less familiar with public inquiries, I need to explain what will happen this morning and throughout the inquiry. So first of all, I'll make some opening remarks and a few matters to cover first. I'll then invite those appearing and wishing to speak to the inquiry to confirm their names and details, if indeed we have any. I need to clarify some of the documentation for the appeal, and then I'll explain the procedure to be followed. And I'll then set out my main issues for consideration. That should take around 50 minutes, I hope, before inviting appellant counsel and Rule 6 to make brief opening statements, and then we'll proceed with presentation and questioning of the evidence. Is that okay? Now, first of all, housekeeping matters. Before I ask the speakers to introduce themselves, a few housekeeping matters. I've already said if we lose connection, we'll just deal with that. If we have interruptions, we'll deal with it, just as you would in a physical event. If there were disruptions outside the room or within the room, we'll just deal with that. Could I ask everybody, please, can you keep your mobile phones or desktop phones, any other devices, can you put them on silent mode, because it does interrupt proceedings. Also sort of email and things like that, if you could just make sure that that's on silent. During the inquiry, unless you're speaking, please keep your microphone muted and try and minimize background noise. I'll lead the inquiry and guide the proceedings, inviting people to speak at particular times based on the timetable that we've circulated, and I know we do want to speak about that. There will be an opportunity for people who are observing or want to participate to speak, and I'll make sure that we build that into the timetable. Now, have we got a raised hand function? Can somebody help me with that, please?
I don't think there is.
I don't think we have we?
No, not on Zoom.
No. Oh dear. Right. Well, people are going to have to raise their hands then, or do something else to make it clear to me that you wish to speak. That's a bit.
It's only on Teams. I think it's only on Teams, ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh, frustratingly.
Sorry, there is a raised hand function.
There is. It's under reactions.
I've got it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, let's try and use that. We'll see how we go, but if you can't, just raise your hand, and I'll be keeping an eye on the screen, and I'll be actively trying to manage that. But I will bring people in at appropriate time. That's particularly relevant for the less formal sessions, the roundtable discussions, and that sort of thing. Unlike a physical event, you can only see my head and shoulders, which may be an advantage. Please bear in mind, I've got a number of screens here. I'm going to have electronic documents open. I may well be looking at this screen here. That absolutely doesn't mean that I'm not listening. Indeed, as well, I've done, a number of these, and much like yourselves, probably you're working on screens a lot. So I'm trying to work with my eyesight. So I may be staring into the distance to take my eye off the screen. Please, just bear with me. I am listening very hard to everything. It's, I find it quite easy to read body language, but you can see when I'm sitting back, when I've got my pen in my hand. So just look out for the signals. I noticed that there is a chat function. We're not going to use that. I don't want anybody to use that during the inquiry. It's just a distraction. Now, I will be taking regular adjournments. It is more tiring working on a screen. I'll usually leave the meeting. It's up to everybody else whether they do or not, but please make sure that you're aware, cameras off, mute yourself. Everybody else will obviously be able to hear if you're taking instruction or whatever. Okay then, all inquiry documents, they are available. I have checked that before and I'm quite happy. They are available, and I've got the Dropbox that is providing myself and others who are participating in the inquiry ready access to all the documents. And thank you very much. They're ordered and I can navigate that very easily. Okay, then let's turn to appearances, please. Could I turn to the appellant, please, and ask the appellant's advocate to introduce himself and your witnesses, please.
Thank you, ma'am, and good morning. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can.
My name is Thomas Hill, Hill, Queen's Counsel, and ma'am, I'm instructed by assistants, and I hope you have a note of their address on your file. I did ask to be circulated this morning a typed note in one A4 page of the appearances, but I realise that not everyone will have access to that. I hope that's reached you. It's got the witnesses and their qualifications, and it went with my draft opening submissions. But for those who don't have access to that, there will be 3 participants from the appellant's team who will be taking part in the conventional sessions of hearing evidence and cross-examination, and with your leave in the roundtable discussions. Those are Mr. Timothy Macar, who is a professional architect of Macar Architects, and he will be appearing in relation to design and townscape issues. Ms. Lucy Markham, who is IHBC and MRTPI dual qualified, and will be appearing in relation to both the townscape and the heritage aspects of the inquiry. And then Mr. Darren Oakley deals with 5-year housing land supply matters. He is also a qualified town planner and member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. Ma'am, you've indicated you'd like to be dealt with by a roundtable discussion, and no doubt will come in due course to how that's taking shape and how much time we need to allow for it or not allow for it, as the case may be. And then lastly, Ms. Karen Jones, also a professionally qualified planner of RPS, who will be dealing with the planning policy matters and the balance in the round, and she will be called last, ma'am. I hope that presents no surprises either to you or to any of the other participants.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I have received those documents. I'm taking those documents. Your opening statement I'm taking as IQ1, which I received this morning, and I'm taking your list of appearances as IQ1A. Thank you very much. Could I turn to the council, please, and ask you the same question?
Yes, good morning, madam. My name is Douglas Edwards. I'm a barrister and Queen's Counsel, and I'm instructed to appear at the inquiry on behalf of the council by Charlotte Mackay, who is a senior planning lawyer with the council. As with the appellant's team, madam, I hope you've received a typed list of appearances identifying those who are to be called and to give evidence on behalf of the council. Can I just briefly then introduce them by reference to that document? With regard to the main topics or considerations that you identified at the case management conference, the following will give evidence on behalf of the council. In respect of heritage matters or the historic environment, it will be Mr. Tim Murphy, whose details you have in the list of appearances. For design, townscape and planning matters, the council's witness will be Mr. Lowndes, again, whose details you have. And for housing land supply, the council will be represented at the discussion by Lisa Richardson. You have a proof from Ms. Richardson. Yeah. And also, and with your permission, Christine Lyons, who's the council's head of planning, will participate in that element of the discussion. And with regard to other matters, planning obligations and conditions, Madam, you'll be assisted on behalf of the council in respect of the former by Charlotte Mackay, my instructing solicitor, and in respect of the latter by Adele Lawrence, who is the case officer. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. And indeed, in the same way, I have received, thank you very much for these. I have received your opening and I have received your list of appearances. And again, I'll take those as inquiry documents. Your opening is IQ2 and list of appearances as IQ2A. Okay, thank you very much. And we have a Rule 6 party. Could I ask the Rule 6's advocate to introduce the team, please?
Good morning, Mum. My name's Miss Stephanie Hall. That's H-A-L-L. I'll probably end up being confused with Mr. Hill at some point. I forgive you in advance, everybody does that. So we've got 3 substantive witnesses for the Rule 6 party. And Mum, again, I hope that you've received our appearances list that was sent by Iceni Projects on behalf of our team. I'm grateful. There was one thing that I omitted from that list, I'm afraid, which was to tell you who was instructing me, and that is Rebecca Roff. Her name appears on your appearances list this morning on the Zoom meeting. Her surname is Roffe, and she's a partner at CMS.
Thank you very much. And again, I received your opening this morning, and I've got your list of appearances. I'm taking those documents as IQ3 and IQ3A respectively. Thank you. And it is really helpful. The way that documents are going, they're going to the case officer, then the case officer is sending them on to me. There is a delay, there may be a delay there. And that's why when I give a time to send documents in, please try to adhere to it, because the case officer will be looking out for the documents at that time, and I'll get them as quickly as possible. Thank you for that. Could I ask, have we got any other interested parties who are with us today who would like to make representations to the inquiry? I haven't been made aware of any interested parties, local residents, third parties who would wish to do so. Can anybody provide any more information on that? No. Okay. Now I will be returning to that each morning, just in case somebody is listening today and would like to make representations. I will be asking every morning, so we will have a slot there. Okay. Notification letters. I've seen a copy of the council's letter of notification dated 17th of December 2021, and a list of those to whom it was sent. Now that includes local residents, ward councillors, staff consultees. I've looked at that in detail. I'm happy with that. Is that everybody's understanding? Thank you. Now that confirms the date and time that the inquiry is due to take place, and it says that it will be held virtually. The site notices were displayed on site. That happened on the 17th of December 2021. Is that everybody's understanding? I've taken a look at those. I'm happy with that, and indeed I went around the site and I saw them. Thank you. And I also have a copy of a press notice that's dated the 16th of December, and that gives details of the inquiry and how third parties can attend and view the documents, etc. Everybody's understanding? On that basis, I'm happy that everybody who wishes to be here or to observe, present evidence, has had the opportunity to do so. Now, I do have representations from a number of interested parties before me. With regard to the appeal notifications, I have one, that's from Essex County Council. In relation to the original application, there are a number of representations. I take 13 of those as objections. There's a number from staff consultees that aren't objections, but they're comments, and there's one in support. Is that everybody's understanding? Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of the proofs, number of proofs before me, and I'll go through them in the same sequence as we went through appearances. I'll just quickly go through to check that we all have an understanding there. From the appellant, I have 4 proofs, summaries, appendices, and rebuttals. Now that is Mr. McCower on design, Ms. Markham on townscape, Ms. Jones on planning, and then I have a joint proof from Mr. Austin Fell and Oakley. That's proof, summary, and appendices. Is that right?
That is correct. Can I just explain, in relation to Mr. Austin Fell, there was some uncertainty about who would be available to deal with the 5-year housing land supply position at the inquiry, and that turned on when the session would be programmed in order to hear those matters. Still in flux to some degree, but both of the witnesses are primed to deal with any points that may arise, and it's most likely that it will be Mr. Oakley rather than Mr. Austin-Fell.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, let's turn to the council. I've got 3 proofs and summaries. That's Mr. Lowndes on planning, living conditions, townscape, plus summary, 2 appendices. And yesterday I received an erratum, basically, that's dated the 10th of the 1st. Then I have a heritage proof plus appendix from Mr. Murphy, and I have a proof from Ms. Richardson on housing land supply. Is that correct?
That's the full complement of the council's written evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then rule 6, I've got 3 proofs. I'm sorry, 3 proofs and summaries. That's Mr. Hancock, that's heritage and townscape, and that includes a summary at part 1. I've got a planning proof from Mr. Mumby, and that includes a summary at part 5. And I've got a housing land supply proof from Mr. Ireland plus summary, and that's at part 1. And I have a rebuttal. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mum. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, in terms of statements of common ground, I have 4 setting out the matters on which the main parties agree and disagree. So I have a general statement of common ground that's dated and signed by the appellant and the council, and that's dated November 2021. Is that correct? My understanding is correct there. And then I have a number of topic-specific statements of common ground: townscape, living conditions, heritage, housing land supply. I've got a position statement on the weight to be attached to policies in the local plan, and emerging local plan, along with emerging local plan and evidence-based documents, basically supporting that emerging local plan. Is that right? Yeah. Now, I expect proofs to be taken as read, and the advocates will be asking witnesses to read from their summaries only if necessary, to highlight key points of the case. I've been through the proofs. I don't want proofs read or anything like that. So conditions and planning obligation. I'll need to discuss what plan conditions might be appropriate were I to allow the appeal. This is standard procedure. It doesn't indicate that I've made my mind up on the case in any way, nor will the discussion affect the council's position on the proposal. Now, in terms of list of suggested and agreed planning conditions, those are included in the statement of common ground at Appendix A. Is that everybody's understanding? Is that the up-to-date list?
So far as the council is concerned, yes, madam, I'm subject to anything that arises in the inquiry.
Thank you very much. Right, let's move on to 106 and SIL. Now, the planning obligation, thank you very much. I received the version sent through yesterday evening. Now, that indicates broad agreement between the parties who intend to be signatories to it. You indicated to me that there is still an outstanding matter that's indicated with Essex County Council, which relates to the lease of the early years facility. Does somebody want to update me on that, please?
Ma'am, I don't think there's much more I can say beyond the position that was relayed to you yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
We are working hard to try and resolve that one outstanding point. You correctly recalled that as between ourselves and the Borough Council, matters are agreed. We are anxious to clear the decks, as it were, and have complete clarity in relation to the County Council's position for reasons that I can come to now or later on. But we are faced with a position whereby the county council only have one signing day, which is Wednesday, and we are very keen to ensure that we don't miss that date, or if we do, that you are prepared to allow us a little latitude in order to complete the obligation, so long as you've had full sight of the terms of that obligation and had an opportunity to consider it openly at the inquiry, as it were, and before we all go our separate ways at the end of next week.
Yeah, okay then. So there are two questions there. The first one is, which is very important to schedule the discussion on the section 106. When would we expect those matters to be agreed and an agreed draft before the inquiry?
Well, ma'am, I would personally like to bring forward the obligations and conditions session if you were agreeable to that. I mean, potentially to the end of this week, and I would like to think that would give the County Council more than adequate time to resolve this one matter, which I have to say was only laid at our door, close of play Thursday of last week. So we've been doing our best to turn it round and ensure this isn't the one point, as it were, that forces us to go to unilateral in relation to the obligations to the County Council. But I also think not putting it off too long is a good thing, because that tends to focus the mind and encourage those who are participating in the discussions to set some time aside to comply with your timetable. I know that there are some likely changes afoot in relation to Friday's timetable, and I certainly like, we have to come on to that in due course, but I'd certainly like to plant in your mind as a seed the thought we might bring forward discussion of the obligation to Friday. And that would then ensure that any fine-tuning could be done to allow the County Council to seal next Wednesday and for you to take away an executed obligation. We also have a slight issue in relation to one of our signatories who is overseas. I think we can probably cope with that if everything is resolved on Friday of this week, but otherwise I may have to ask you for a little latitude in that regard in any event.
Okay. Okay then. Yes, I picked that up through the discussions prior to opening. Still compliance statements. I will come back to that matter. Sorry, Mr. Hill, when we deal with the inquiry timetable. Still compliance statement. I received something yesterday to say that it's intended to send it through with the executed draft. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Just to cut to the chase, I need a compliance statement ASAP. I want to have that compliance statement in order to have the roundtable on the section 106. So I want that as soon as possible, but I will give a deadline for that when we have a further discussion on the timetable. So I'm raising that now. Any other questions on that? Okay, thank you for that. Somebody from the council wish to speak? No, okay. Now, in terms of plans, I asked the parties for an agreed list of plans, which are the basis on which the appeal should be determined. That is set out in condition 5, which is Appendix A to the General Statement of Common Ground. Could I just check with the parties, is that an up-to-date list and a confirmed and agreed list between you of the plans before this inquiry?
Yes, ma'am, there are no changes since that list was drawn up.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
That's the position of the council as well, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, other documents. I've got copies of all the core documents, inquiry documents. I've got access to them as through the managed Dropbox. All documents and evidence should have already been provided. However, if you intend to submit anything else, it would be helpful at this point to know. We have had a number of documents over the last couple of days. No, okay. Thank you for that. And as I said, when you're submitting documents, if you can send them to the case officer, and I usually will be giving a timescale for that. Now, can I move on to a number of queries that I've got that again feeds in to our timetable? First of all, in terms of heritage, as you know, I have indicated that I'm very happy to deal with heritage as a roundtable discussion. What I cover in that discussion will depend, as you'll note, the suggestion was that heritage is the first session. I want to hear the townscape evidence first to put that heritage discussion in context, and what I cover will very much depend on what is covered in the townscape evidence, because, as you know, in this appeal, the two are interlinked. Can I just raise an issue in the heritage statement of common ground at paragraph 8.2? It indicates, as agreed between you, whether public benefits would outweigh the less than substantial harm to heritage assets. Now, the ES and the appellant's evidence indicates that there would be major beneficial impacts on Brook House, and indeed in the statement of common ground at paragraph 3, that is confirmed on the topic specific statement of common ground. I need help with this. So can I ask the parties to clarify the matter at the outset of the Heritage Roundtable discussion? I'm raising that now because I need to be very clear on that. Really, it's what the appellant's position is in relation to heritage matters. I mean, the body of evidence is before me, so it is quite clear. If it is the case that that statement of common ground, the general statement of common ground is saying, if I were to find less than substantial harm, it would be outweighed by public benefits, well then just tell me if that's the case. Okay, so that's a query for the appellant, really. Now, in terms of housing land supply, I asked you to work together on the matter. There's broad agreement on the need side. There's still agreement on the supply side. I asked you, you know, you have worked together, but still I've got a schedule with some 50 sites on which there's disagreement, and the nub of it is whether they meet the NPPF tests of deliverable or not. To be honest, I don't see that it's the best use of inquiry time for me to forensically go through 50 sites. Now, the council says 2.88 year supply. The appellant in Rule 6 say 1.3 and 1.7. So whatever, as you can see, there's a substantial shortfall there. We also have the Orwell appeal in front of me, which is a material in front of the inquiry, which is a material consideration. Now, as you're aware, I don't need to reach a definitive finding on this matter, and I won't if I don't need to determine the appeal. And, you know, a range is absolutely fine if that enables me to assess the weight that I attach to the benefit of housing in light of the shortfall that's been identified, and that will be familiar to you all. So my question is, firstly, I would like the parties to consider whether the difference between 2.88 year supply and 1.3, that's the most optimistic, the most pessimistic is 1.3, would be material in defining the weight to be attached to the provision of housing. That's the nub of it. That's the nub of it. I've had a very quick, I haven't been able to look through all the openings because I literally was just receiving them as we opened here. But I understand the council's position on that matter, and the council is saying obviously that substantial weight should be attached to the provision of housing. So I just want to shortcut that, if indeed we can. So I'll leave that with you, and after our lunchtime break, I'm going to ask for a response, an agreed response from all parties on that matter. Now, if it is the fact that there's a difference between you on that matter, what I'll be looking for you to do is group those sites. So they can be clearly grouped. There are healer sites there. There are, you know, in a logical way, that means that I'm not spending time forensically going through 50 sites and looking at the evidence to justify each one. They will be able to be grouped. My preference is, as I said, I've been very candid about my preference in dealing with the matter. Okay, is that okay? So after lunchtime adjournment, I'll be looking for further direction on that, and then I'll make a final decision. So that's housing land supply. In terms of living conditions, now I received a position statement from the council yesterday evening setting out that they have revised that it has revised its position regarding the outside amenity space and no longer wishes to support that reason for refusal or the part reason for refusal. Is there anything that you wish to say on that matter, Mr. Edwards?
No, Madam, beyond what is set out in the position statements, which I hope clearly sets out what the council's position is on that main consideration following the Orwell appeal decision, unless there's anything I can help you with at this stage.
No, that's it. Perfectly clear. Does anybody else wish to say anything on that, Mr. Hill?
Ma'am, I don't think there's anything I need to say now. I touched on it very briefly in my opening. I think for you, ma'am, it's just the consequences in terms of how you respond to that change of position, the extent to which you want to explore those issues, as it were, as a matter of interest of your own, independently of the council's change of position, and then consequential upon that, whether there's any impact on the inquiry timetable, which I imagine there will be.
Yeah, there will be. Obviously, I'd already done my prep for the roundtable discussion, so I've fully explored that issue. If I have any residual questions, I can channel those at the appropriate time. Okay. Thank you. Now, in terms of costs, I have no applications for costs from either party. Could I just have a response from each party to confirm that position in light of the changed circumstances that we've just alluded to?
Ma'am, we have agreed with the council that we will not be making an application for costs in terms of or in response to the change of stance on amenity space on the basis that the council was reflecting properly upon the decision of your colleague, Mr. Rose, in the Orwell appeal, and reached the conclusion, albeit rather late in the day, that it wasn't in fact going to pursue those points, many of which are very similar to the points the council took in the Orwell appeal and this inquiry. As regards a broader application, I don't have instructions to make an application, but as with all inquiries, one has to see how the evidence is called to support the council's position, and I can't rule out that when we get to the end of the evidence that it will be proper for us to take a view that the council has behaved unreasonably. I'm not saying that I've reached that view now. Indeed, had I done so, I would, of course, have notified PINS and Mr. Edwards of that view, but I think it's quite right that we should just reserve our position to see how the evidence unfolds, which I think is quite normal as an inquiry of this nature.
Thank you very much for that. Okay then, just while we've been considering that point, I have received another inquiry document that very helpfully sets out the contact details if somebody's having a problem with the live stream or indeed observing the inquiry. I'm going to take that document as IQ4. Now that raises a question. How are those documents being shared amongst all other participants in the inquiry?
As I understand the position, there is a live core documents link onto which any new documents are being loaded as they emerge. And I've certainly got a link open on one of my various screens, which takes me to those, and I understand that's being updated. Once you have approved a document, as it were, for inclusion in the inquiry's document list, then it will find its way onto that virtual list.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Just before you move on, really with a view to wanting to assist you in relation to that query on the heritage statement of common ground.
Oh, yes.
Could you just, and I do apologise, I didn't take a note clearly enough of the paragraph to which you directed us in the statement of common ground. We weren't sure whether it was the general statement of common ground or the heritage statement of common ground. The
general statement of common ground is paragraph 8.2. The topic specific heritage topic specific statement of common ground is paragraph 3. And it's just, I just want to be very clear about the position. I think I understand it. I just want to be very clear about what that is saying really in the general statement of common ground.
Ma'am, would it be possible to come back to you on that immediately after the luncheon adjournment when we come back to you on 5-year housing land supply?
Yes, of course it is. It's something really that I'd be happy to pick up. But yes, actually, that would be helpful. I was going to say I'd be happy to pick it up at the beginning of the heritage round table. But if I can have that sooner, it would be better. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just quickly run through for those observing who aren't familiar with inquiry procedure. I'll just quickly run through the procedure for the inquiry. So even though it's a virtual format, nothing changes. I'm following the procedures in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules. This appeal is also following the timetable established for inquiries under the Rosewell Review, with the aim of publishing a decision within 24 weeks of the inquiry's start date. An inquiry timetable was issued. It's on the council's website, I hope, or it is available to all participants and observers. We will talk about that in a minute, but generally for those less familiar with inquiries, I'll just run through how we intend to proceed. So when I've concluded my opening remarks, I'll invite Appellant Counsel on Rule 6 to make brief opening statements. That's really to summarise the main arguments before the inquiry. I've already dealt with local residents, but I will deal with them each morning if there is anybody who wishes to make representations to the inquiry. I'll then hear evidence on main issue 1, that's townscape, character and appearance. That will be done by formal presentation and cross-examination. Council's witness will be heard first, followed by the appellants in Rule 6. I'll then deal with heritage matters. I intend to do that through a roundtable discussion. We'll have a roundtable discussion on housing land supply, if indeed that's required. That will be followed by formal presentation of evidence on planning matters and the planning balance. I will be looking for that evidence to cover any issues raised by interested parties, third parties. Now, during formal presentation of evidence, I may have questions. I'll ask those at the appropriate times, and I'll certainly do that before any re-examination. Just while I think of it, please could I ask, and I notice I've already had a list of documents to be turned up for the council's presentation of evidence. Could I please ask, before we deal with a witness, that advocates send me through the documents that they wish me to turn up during that evidence in chief, cross-examination, whatever. That's very helpful to me. Usually, we'll try and deal with a witness in half a day. Usually that's possible. So usually those times will be 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock. Bit before, so that I've got time to look at them, because we'll start in the morning at 9:30 and at 2 o'clock. So because my case officer will be looking out for those lists at those particular times. Okay, sorry, slight deviation there. When we've finished with the planning witnesses, I'll hold a roundtable discussions on conditions and the planning obligation. And then we'll have closing submissions, and those will be Council Rule 6, with the appellant having the last say. Now, I've already visited the site, and I've done that at some length prior to the inquiry, with the possibility of further restrictions, and we didn't quite know where that would lead us. I took the opportunity to go to the site sooner rather than later. So I did have an itinerary. I did broadly follow that. So I have walked the site, the town centre, the low and high pavements. I've seen Brook House, East Square, Town Square, St Martin's Square. I've taken a walk around. I've also driven to some of the viewpoints, not all of the viewpoints, but some of the viewpoints that have been assessed in the HTVIA. If I consider it necessary, I will conduct another site visit after the close of the inquiry. Now, I won't be hearing any evidence. I noticed that on the draft timetable that I had through, it was the suggestion that that's an accompanied site visit. It's all outside. That's fine by me. You know, I will be looking to parties to say if there's a particular location or point that they wish me to look at. So if there is anything that arises in the inquiry that changes from this site visit itinerary that I received before Christmas, can I ask you to let the case officer know? And I will be revisiting that point. Could I ask the council to keep a list of the site visit itinerary, please?
Yes, of course, madam.
Thank you. So I've received time estimates. The inquiry was originally scheduled for 2 weeks. However, in light of virtual proceedings and the toing and froing which we'll have with the timetable, probably 6-7 days, I think, is realistic. To limit screen fatigue, I intend to structure the time roughly around 4 1.5-hour sessions, with 2 in the morning, 1 or 2 in the afternoon, depending on how we get on. Aiming to adjourn 4:30 each day. There will be some days where we have to sit longer, and we will do that. However, those breaks, I'm sure for the advocates and for the witnesses, those breaks are really important. I will be adhering to those breaks, so half an hour and an hour at lunchtime. I find it very tiring, and I'm sure that those in the inquiry also will. So we do have a couple of reserve days. I hope we don't have to use them, but we've got 1 or 2 days spare, and we can use one of those days for the site visit, seeing everybody's got it scheduled in their diaries. I think that's probably all it. So let's have a look at the timetable. So I sent out a draft timetable, and as I said, I would very much like to deal with the townscape evidence first, and we've indicated that's through formal presentation and cross-examination. Does anybody have any comment on that? So that's really taking up the latter part of this morning. We'll be dealing with Mr. Lowndes, and in the afternoon we may get on to the appellant's design witness. I'm sorry, do you pronounce that Macawa? Is it Macawa?
Macawa, yes. Just on that point, ma'am, I was wondering whether that was slightly hopeful that we would get on to Mr. Macawa this afternoon. Just looking at your timetable.
Possibly, but certainly tomorrow morning. Certainly tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Certainly tomorrow morning.
It seemed to me that if we were to start Mr. Lowndes at as is indicated, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and his examination in chief takes an hour and a quarter. Then we break for half an hour, as you quite rightly said you would want to.
Yeah.
It would seem that the cross-examination, if we are to break about 4:30, would most certainly run into tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we aren't going to be constrained overall for time. I think I totally agree with you that we will have adequate time to complete all the matters.
Yes.
But I don't think we'll get to Mr. McCarr because he's got to do his presentation. You'll hear from him later on this morning, and I hope indeed, I haven't referred to this, but I hope you've received the PowerPoint which was sent through in relation to his architect's presentation to come after the mid-morning break.
Sorry, just to say, yes, I did receive that yesterday evening. I've got that, and I can put that up on my screen at the appropriate time. Yes, what I was referring to, I've actually got continuation of Mr. Lowndes tomorrow morning. I don't think we'll need that. Well, hopefully. It would be very nice to deal with a witness in a day. I don't really like witnesses overnight and over weekends and things. So we'll do everything we possibly can to deal with a witness in where it's possible. Deal with a witness in.
I totally agree with Mel. I just wanted to flag up. We have got 4 hours work on Mr. Lowndes this afternoon. It will be a very long afternoon if we do have to try and complete that today. I think Mr. Lowndes may not thank us if we do try and get all 4 hours programmed in one afternoon, but obviously we'll see how things go.
Yeah. Okay. So then we're dealing. We move on to, so that's Tuesday, Wednesday. We're taking up Thursday. Thursday afternoon we have the Heritage Roundtable discussion. Now I don't think that's a day. I think that's much shorter, and I think that's probably a morning. So that will be, a half session. Sorry, it's on in an afternoon, a half session. That gives the possibility of dealing with, if and only if I have an agreed 106 before me, agreed draft 106 before me, that gives the opportunity of dealing with the section 106 in the afternoon. Then we move on to Friday. And so Friday, we'd be dealing with Mr. Lowndes, and we'd be beginning with the planning witnesses, Mr. Lowndes, Ms. Jones, and then Mr. Mumby. Yes, does that?
And that's perfectly satisfactory from the council's position.
Right. Now, sorry. This is all dependent on housing land supply and the time taken. So you can see that's to confirm the timetable. We're going to have to wait for after lunch, but I have actually redrafted the timetable to in line with what I've been saying. In order to do that, on Friday, there was a suggestion that we start at 9 o'clock in order to deal with Ms. Jones in that afternoon. If we start on Friday at 9 o'clock, we've got a fighting chance of dealing with Mr. Lowndes and Ms. Jones. So Mr. Lowndes in the morning, Ms. Jones in the afternoon.
I think I must be looking at a different version.
You are.
Of that table.
You are. Sorry, I'm suggesting. These are suggestions I'm making now in light of. In light of the changes that we're talking about. So what we have on the original timetable, we've got, we're dealing with the planning witnesses on day 5, which is Tuesday. I'm suggesting that if we're shortcutting, if we're able to shortcut, I don't intend carrying out a roundtable discussion on living conditions. So we save time there. I think I saved time on heritage, as I said, that's a half-day session. I'm suggesting that 106, I wouldn't anticipate, if I've got all the evidence before me, I wouldn't anticipate that being too long. So we've got a fighting chance of dealing with some planning witnesses on the Friday. Okay, but this is all dependent. I won't confirm the timetable until I've got your response to the issues I raised on housing land supply at lunchtime. To have a running, I can see that there's some confusion there, to have a running confirmation of where we're at, I'll issue a draft, another draft provisional timetable, and we can discuss it after the mid-morning adjournment. Would that be helpful?
Thank you, Mary Wood.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that. Okay then, so any other queries on that? So what we're saying is that we're likely not to be stuck for time on the inquiry if everything fair wind, etc., etc.
I'm sure that's right, ma'am. I'm sure there's enough time to complete it in the time we've set aside. As I say, there are two things I'd like to leave with you. One I've already referred to, which is trying to bring forward the planning obligation session to Friday this week, and the other is in relation to our closing submissions, whether you could look at organising the back end, as it were, of the inquiry, so that there is a pause. Just to allow us, if there is a natural pause, that we can take that in order to ensure that our closing submissions are in good shape and fully typed up and referenced for you, rather than running straight into them after the close of the formal sessions of the inquiry. And that might, for example, allow us Thursday or everyone to come back. Well, of course, it only affects the advocates on Friday. If you'd be prepared to consider that, Mr. Edwards has also raised that with me, and I know he's keen that course be adopted if it is regarded as acceptable to you.
Yes, no, that's fine. I've taken that into account. So it's often helpful if where you've got a bit of comfort in the programme, if we can indicate when we'll take closings. So I've suggested there is a bit of slack. So that will either be on Wednesday the 19th, which is a morning session. So we've got the evening, or Thursday the 20th. Okay, I'll send out a revised timetable, and we can progress discussion on that. Okay.
Thank you.
One other matter that I want to raise, which came to my mind as we were speaking about the 106, in order, if we're going to take that session earlier, for that session, I've already set out the SIL compliance statement. I want a summary of the section 106. So I want to know what provisions are there, you know what the policy requirement is, what the views of the parties are, etc., so that I've got a summary, and I will be looking to somebody, I don't mind who it is, to lead me through that document, so that it can frame that discussion. Okay. It would be helpful if I had sight of that prior to that discussion. So I will set a timetable when we've confirmed when that discussion will take place. I'll set a timetable, a deadline for that. Okay then. So I'll just set out my main issues for this inquiry. I'll just confirm those on the basis of the evidence before me and what I have read and what I have seen. My main issues haven't changed from the case management conference. So the first one is the effect of the appeal proposal on the character and appearance of Basildon Town Centre and surroundings, with particular regard to the height, scale, massing and architectural treatment of the proposal. and the effect of the appeal proposal on the special architectural or historic interest of Brook House, a Grade 2 listed building and designated heritage asset, with particular regard to its setting. In light of the council's changed positions on living conditions, as I said, I'm not going to pursue that matter any further. Okay, is there any comment on those main issues? Okay, then just a few words about conduct. It's an public inquiry, and this is particularly for participants. It's a public inquiry, it has that formality. The procedure differs markedly from a public meeting. Those wishing to speak will be given the opportunity at the appropriate time, following the procedure I've outlined. I'll also expect all those taking part in the inquiry to show consideration and courtesy to others. You'll no doubt hear much that you disagree with on all sides, but please refrain from interruptions in any form and from expressions of support or disagreement with the views of those speaking. And as I said, the fact that it's a virtual format doesn't change in any way the way I consider the evidence and reach my decision. I still have all the statements and representations in writing. I'm keen to hear from any third parties, as well as the council appellant and Rule 6. And as I said, I have visited the site and I am prepared, and indeed I usually like to do a site visit after I have heard the evidence. So those observing, please bear that in mind too. Okay, any further queries? Is there anything else? We will need to pick up on the timetable. Is there anything else to consider?
Can I just respond to one point that you left with us? You requested that the timetable be made available on the council's website.
Yes.
It isn't currently available, but the council is seeking to add that to the website as soon as possible.
Well, Mr. Edwards, I would suggest that to avoid confusion, why don't we just wait until after our adjournment? I'll send out a revised timetable. I want to hear comment on that, and let's just get it firmed, and then would that be more sensible?
That seems eminently sensible.
Yeah. Thank you.
And the only thing I wanted to say was that you probably already had this in mind with the Omicron situation. We are all scattered to the four winds, and although when you ask me for answers to things, I'll obviously provide those answers as soon as possible. I have to take instructions from parties who are far away, and I will obviously come back to you on any matter as soon as I can. But we aren't in one place, and I'm sure you will be able to apply a suitable amount of latitude to cope with that circumstance.
Absolutely. Okay, then. Now it's now 11:03. Let's adjourn. We'll adjourn for half an hour, and then we'll hear from Mr. Then we'll take openings, and then we'll hear from Mr. McCower, his presentation to set the scene, and I hope that everyone will find that really helpful in setting the scene and understanding. It's a large proposal, and I think that's a very sound suggestion that we just have somebody to take us through it. Okay, it's 11:04. Let's adjourn until 11:30, and then we'll hear openings. Thank you very much. It's now 11:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Let's just pick up on our housekeeping matters. Have you all received a revised version of the timetable for discussion?
Only moments ago, ma'am, but yes.
Oh,
thank you.
good. I only sent it moments ago. I just sent it. So let's just look at that.
Madam, it hasn't made its way through to me yet.
No.
Just bear with me just for a moment. I'm sure it's on.
No, ma'am, nor me. It may be that those instructing me have it, but I haven't.
Yeah, it was. This is the difficulty when the case officer is receiving instruction from me, then sending it off. You know, so just wait a few minutes. Then you have received it, Mr. Hill.
I have, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, great. So the others will receive. If I can just confirm, if we are to hold the roundtable discussion on the 106 on Friday, then I would want the SIL compliance statement and the document that I spoke about, which is going to talk me through the provisions of the 106. I would want that by the end of play on Wednesday, please. If I can set that time, that deadline. Just tell me when you've got it.
I now have it, madam. Thank you.
Lovely. Well, just have a minute to look at it and we'll just wait for Miss Paul there. Are you there, Miss Hall?
I don't have it, but I don't know where it's gone, but it's not come to me.
I can forward it to Miss Hall.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Hill. That's above and beyond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We just have to work around these things, don't we?
Should be on its way.
Just tell me when you've got sight of it, Miss Hall.
Thank you.
For those of you who have done, we'll just wait for Miss Hall. Just tell us when you've got that. For those of you who have done virtual inquiries hosted by the council, I haven't done one hosted by the council before. It's always been hosted by PINS. How did you deal with the retiring room? The
question, madam, for my part, it hasn't actually arisen. The need for a retiring room hasn't actually arisen.
You see, I always, when it's been hosted by PINS, I always have a meeting set up with the advocates. I mean, you know, initially it was to receive feedback on, you know, how was it for you type thing. But the situation may arise, and I'm just wondering how we would deal with that. We'll deal with it when we come across it.
I suppose, madam, if it helps, so I suppose what could be done is to set up a parallel
meeting.
And, with invitations only to those who would be participating in any discussion in a retiring room. But that's I haven't come across that problem previously.
And we look to the council to do that. If the council is listening, we'll look to the council to do that. Yeah. Have you got sight of that, Ms. Hall?
No, Mum, I'm not sure if it's my emails. I'm trying to find out from my team whether they've got it. It may be that you need to have this discussion without me, and if we've got some input to make in later on, we will do.
Okay. Well, I don't think there are any. Has Mr. Hill and Mrs. Douglas got that in front of them? Yeah. So it's what I'm suggesting is that later on, obviously, we hear from Mr. Macawa straight after this discussion. Third parties, I've asked, we don't have any third parties at the moment, but I will revisit that each morning. So this afternoon we deal with Mr. Lowndes, and then we continue with Mr. Lowndes tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, we deal with Mr. Macawa. And then Thursday morning, we deal with, it's actually Ms. Markham. And then in the afternoon, we deal with Mr. Hancock. Does that sound reasonable? So then on Friday, we've got the Heritage Roundtable, which I've confirmed is likely to be, I think, a half session. I'm not going to labour on that, depending, and we have to be a bit fluid. That's dependent on what I hear in the townscape evidence. So that gives an opportunity to just deal with the provisions of the 106 on Friday, the latter part of Friday morning. Now, again, I don't see that as being a long discussion. Now, it depends on housing land supply, and I'll await to hear what what we hear after our lunchtime break. But if we are to have a discussion on housing land supply, or indeed if that discussion is to be short, that could be done Friday afternoon. If not, we could deal with Mr. Lowndes' planning evidence on Friday afternoon. And then we move into Tuesday with Ms. Jones, and Tuesday morning and Tuesday afternoon, Mr. Mumby. And then I'm happy to be a little bit flexible on the closings, which would take place either Wednesday the 19th or Thursday the 20th. So it's all the only thing that I'm considering now is housing land supply. And if we deal with that, I don't anticipate, I make it very clear, I hope I've been very candid about it, I don't want to go through 50 sites. So if indeed we do need to have that discussion, I want that cut down considerably. Okay, but we'll wait to see after lunchtime. Are there any comments on that?
Yes, Mike, can I just go first very briefly?
Yes, of course.
I had the opportunity between the advocates to exchange emails on the 5-year housing land supply position during the short break. We will obviously continue those discussions, but I wonder whether, Madam, it might be useful to come back to that before Mr. Lowndes gives his evidence, whether that is first thing this afternoon or later on this morning, just to clarify where we are on that, because I'm sure the parties will have resolved their positions by then. Secondly, can I just put a marker down, which was foreshadowed in an email that was sent by the council to your case officer and others yesterday. So far as 5-year housing land supply is concerned, Ms. Lyons, who the council would certainly want to be participating, is not available on Friday. Now, it may well that is not a problem, depending upon what the outcome of the discussions are in your direction as to how you want to deal with that topic. But if there is going to be substantive discussion about particular sites and particular matters during the course of that roundtable session, if it takes place at all, then I will be asking that is put off until the beginning of next week when Ms. Lyons is available. Obviously, I'll just put a marker down at this stage, and I doubt we can start later.
Okay, yeah, as I said, I'll deal with that if you can continue those discussions between you, and we'll pick up on housing land supply and how we deal with it before we hear from Mr. Lowndes. I'll deal with it first thing this afternoon. Are there any other comments on the suggestions?
No, ma'am, I think I understand that revised draft of the programme. Thank you for that. I think Mr. Lowndes will be pleased to see that there's scope for him to go over into tomorrow morning, so we haven't got 4 hours of him this afternoon. For my part, I like to think that we could reduce rather than remove the 5-year housing land supply debate by grouping sites, as you indicated, and I think that could be done quite efficiently and effectively. But we'll return to that at 2 o'clock, as you suggest.
Yeah. And well, another thing to consider, yeah, how sites are grouped, and the extent that we look at those, please. Okay, and I'll leave that with you, and we'll pick up with that first thing this afternoon. Okay, then. So now we have time for a presentation of the scheme by the appellant. So I'm looking to Mr. Makower.
Do you want to deal with opening submissions before or after that, ma'am?
I'm so sorry. Opening submissions, please. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry. Yes, I do want to hear from you all. Please, Mr. Hill. Appellant's opening submissions. Goodness me, I'm getting all before myself, aren't I?
Thank you, ma'am. And I hope you indicated earlier you'd received the advanced copy of this, so you have that in front of you, and yes. I don't have to take it slowly for anyone to take a note. Ma'am, as you know, this appeal is made by Basildon Estates Limited, BEL, following the failure by the Borough Council to determine my client's application for the redevelopment of land to the north of Town Square, Basildon. The appeal proposals, as you will have seen, represent a major long-term investment in the town by BEL, and it will utterly transform a core area within Basildon Town Centre, which has for far too long languished, partly vacant, woefully underused, and increasingly down at heel, into a vibrant new heart for Basildon. Ma'am, this is not mere rhetoric, but the very clear intent and purpose of the appellant. And the scale of the ambition, and indeed of the appeal side, demanded 2 things. First, that BEL commission a highly experienced and distinguished architectural practice to develop proposals. And second, that the design process should be conducted in concert with the local planning authority, with regular engagement with key stakeholders, and a well-defined framework for bringing forward the proposals and enshrining them within a well-scoped suite of application documents. I should add that BEL's engagement with the council took place alongside and in collaboration with the proposers of the Orwell and Infrared schemes, which were progressing towards determination along broadly comparable trajectories. BEL commissioned Mr. Tim Makower to carry forward the scheme, an architect with a wealth of highly relevant experience and an excellent pedigree in conceiving schemes which have succeeded in breathing new life into tired urban areas and triggering remarkable results in terms of both land use and appearance. I did not want to steal his thunder, and in due course, Mr. Makower, who I think thought he was going to be propelled into the hot seat just a moment ago, will explain his philosophy and approach, and indeed will shortly present the key elements of the appeal proposals to you and all others following the presentation. At the heart, ma'am, of BEL's approach have been 2 undeniable truths. First, the Basildon Town Centre has lost its way. It is not performing as a town centre must if it is to thrive in the 21st century. It is in urgent need of both physical and functional renewal, and on a well-advanced spiral of decline, to borrow the words of your colleague Mr. Rose in the recent Orwell appeal decision letter. Second, that Basildon Borough Council has lost its way in delivering the homes needed to serve its existing and projected population. Its development plan has been stalled for a lengthy period, and it is failing miserably when measured against all and any established benchmarks for housing delivery, including both 5-year housing land supply and the housing delivery test. Those points, as a matter of principle, are not disputed, as you will know. The need for Basildon to address urgently these two critical failings is, of course, set against the background of nationally applicable policy imperatives to deliver urban renewal and to maximise the opportunities for development on brownfield sites and avoid the unnecessary release of greenbelt land for development, a factor which is particularly keenly felt in Basildon, where the vast majority of land outside the urban areas is long designated and highly valued greenbelt. These needs have helped shape and underpin the strategy for the appeal site, which is intended to inject new life and vitality into a core area of Basildon town centre, transforming it physically, repurposing extensive existing buildings in a highly sustainable and novel way, and reshaping the skyline at the heart of the town centre with a skillfully composed matrix of taller buildings, providing contrast to the heavily and frankly inefficient horizontal form of much of the town, which stretches out across a very extensive area, as you will have seen, ma'am, on your inspection. The new buildings will form a cluster at the heart of the town, alongside those recently consented following the Orwell appeal, and of course the existing range of taller buildings discussed in the evidence, including Brook House. The proposals were advanced with regular feedback from officers, 5 pre-app meetings, and during that process, BEL agreed to reduce the height of the tower elements in response to specific requests from key consultees. It had been envisaged that this process would lead ultimately, and after due process, to a local consent when a new political administration was elected in May of last year. And this led to a volte-face, and it soon became clear that there would be no political support for any of the 3 town centre schemes, leading eventually to 3 appeals in turn, of which this is the second to be heard. Having made the amendments which expressly answered the latest consultee requests for certain adjustments in height, BEL felt it had no alternative but to appeal, which it did in July last year. And eventually, the council came to consider the appeal scheme in October of last year and issued 3 putative reasons for refusal, in essence raising issues in relation to design, heritage, and the absence of a satisfactory planning obligation. The substantive issues have now been encapsulated in the 3 points emerging from your CMC, ma'am, namely the effect on the character and appearance of the town centre, the effect on the special architectural and historic interest of Brook House, and whether the proposal would provide acceptable living conditions for future occupiers in terms of private outside space. The appellant was approached yesterday by the council, which indicated that it had considered the outcome of the appeal, of the Orwell appeal, and no longer wished to pursue its arguments and evidence in relation to issue 3 above. And as will have been clear from Ms. Jones' rebuttal, the BEL scheme proposes a materially greater offer in terms of both quantity and variety of internal and external amenity space when compared to the Orwell scheme, which now has permission. We're not surprised that the council has taken the decision to drop its case in relation to the 3rd main consideration on the appeal, but it could scarcely have left the decision to do so much later. Anyway, we've done our prep, but we don't need to reopen those notes. It's also helpful to record at this point, as between the appellant and the Borough Council, that there is confidence that a bilateral planning obligation can and will be concluded. That this has not yet been done is due in large part to a request received, unfortunately, very late in the day, last Thursday afternoon, from Essex County Council for a lease at a peppercorn rent for the early years facility, which is proposed to be delivered on the appeal site. This matter is still being considered, and it's hoped that it can be resolved, especially when the County Council turns its mind to the need for SIL 122 compliance for all obligations if they are to be taken into account by decision makers. However, if we are unable to accede to the County Council's late request, and this is maintained, then it may be necessary to divert to a unilateral obligation in respect of the county-only obligations. Naturally, we hope that this will not be required, but it's right for me to alert you to this latest development map. Other than that, there's nothing in the 3rd putative reason for refusal which cannot, in our view, and the Borough Council's view, be satisfactorily resolved. So that bodes well for the 106 session. This leaves the remaining parts of the first two reasons for refusal, which mirror the first two issues identified by you, ma'am, at the CMC. However, before turning to address you briefly on these, it's necessary to mention two other matters which lie at the heart of this appeal and which are directly and centrally relevant to its outcome. The first is 5-year housing land supply, and the acknowledged absence of a 5-year housing land supply, and indeed the failure of the housing delivery test by the council. That both these tests have failed is significant in its own right, as engaging the tilted balance and requiring that planning permission be granted unless the adverse impacts of so doing would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of granting planning permission. The Court of Appeal, of course, has ruled that the quantum of a 5-year housing land supply shortfall should be assessed by a decision maker when the tilted balance is being weighed. So the scale of a 5-year housing land supply shortfall, the deficit, is important, not merely the existence of one. However, it is accepted that a range will suffice. In the recent Orwell appeal, the inspector, Mr. Rose, found that the available supply is likely to be, at the very best, no more than the midpoint of the conflicting figures, and the shortfall is clearly significant. This means that in his recent view, the figure is no more than the midpoint of the figures then before him as an inspector, which were 1.7 and 3.3 years. That's 2.5 years. The council has seemingly turned a blind eye to this part of the decision letter and has now grudgingly reduced its most recent figure to 2.88 years. We feel that meaningful engagement, strike out the stray N, between the parties would reduce the gap further, and indeed hope that this can happen before the roundtable discussion. You see, now I wrote that before you made your announcements on this morning. But however this issue is resolved, the council on its own case now acknowledges a shortfall in supply of over 2 years, which is over 2,500 missing units at the agreed requirement figure of 1,200 per annum. This is a colossal shortfall, mirrored by the 45% HDT result against a target, of course, of 90%. And the ability of the appeal scheme to assist in meeting this shortfall, which it would comprise about 20%, is highly significant. I return to this below in the context of the benefits of the scheme, the other matter, ma'am, that you must have at the heart of your considerations before turning to the two main considerations. And the second matter, which bears directly on the exercise of planning judgment, which must be carried out in this case, is the number and scale of the benefits which will flow from the massive investment in Basildon which BEL propose. In terms of urban renewal, placemaking, vitality, jobs, spend, and the introduction of a large residential population at the heart of the town centre. These matters are considered carefully by Ms. Jones. They are very extensive indeed, and it is admitted will weigh unusually heavily in the tilted balance, which is obviously already tilted in favour of the grant of permission. As I have noted, the remaining reasons for refusal relate to design and heritage. They are framed separately, but ma'am, as you've already observed, there's a degree of overlap in relation to the effects, any effects on Brooke House. Indeed, it's notable that Mr. Lowndes' townscape evidence is framed extensively by reference to the alleged singularity of Brooke House as the tallest building in the town centre, and the alleged desirability and importance of preserving that singularity, which is a word that recurs throughout his proof. However, that evidence was all written before the decision on the Orwell appeal was known. It's now an indisputable fact that a short distance from Brooke House, planning permission now exists for 3 towers, one of which will be taller than Brooke House. Indeed, the Orwell appeal was allowed and permission was granted on the basis that the singular landmark quality of Brooke House would be eroded and that the proposed development would lessen the focus of Brooke House. However, the inspector considered in summary that Brooke House would retain its primacy by virtue of its architectural distinctiveness and its position in the streetscape. And he also found that the appeal scheme in that case was a well-designed and appropriate addition to the townscape. I note that although there was no putative reason for refusal relating to heritage at the Orwell appeal, the inspector made a finding of less than substantial harm to Brooke House, and heritage evidence was heard in some detail, including that of Miss Markham. The inspector found that this harm would be outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, particularly in that case, and I quote him, the provision of a significant number of homes in a highly sustainable location and the catalyst to the much needed regeneration of the town centre. All factors which are present in the current appeal, of course, alongside many others. I fully recognise, ma'am, that each case must be determined on its own merits. However, there are numerous findings in the Orwell appeal which must be taken into account when determining BEL's appeal, the most pressing of which perhaps is the very fact of 3 towers having been granted planning permission in close proximity to Brooke House, including one which will be 6 metres taller than Brooke House. The singularity ship has sailed, and it's not credible for the council to retain this at the heart of its case on this appeal. In my submission, when the evidence has been heard, it will reveal that the current scheme will, similarly and inevitably, affect Brooke House's role to some degree, but that it will retain its significance in the form of its muscular architectural presence and position in the streetscape, and that its wider setting will in fact be enhanced by the enormous injection of new life and vitality which the appeal proposal will bring, including modern architecture which takes inspiration from and celebrates its heritage. This should not be surprising, as it would be a strange state of affairs if a building such as Brooke House, a lone listed tall building in a very extensive urban townscape of Basildon Town Centre, otherwise entirely devoid of designated heritage assets, could dictate the future of the town, especially when the building itself is unaffected by the proposals, would remain very clearly visible as one walks through the town centre, and where key views of it from the central east-west axis would remain. It's unarguable that Basildon Town Centre needs to be reinvented and re-energised, and this will not happen if Brooke House is regarded as a paramount consideration. It's fully accepted, ma'am, that the appeal site is central to Basildon Town Centre and that the architecture proposed for it needs to be of appropriate quality. But it's considered that this standard is met and exceeded, as Mr. Mackay and Ms. Markham will explain. Very late in the day, long after the submission of the application and the making of the appeal, the council has started to suggest that a design code needed to be submitted for the outline element of the scheme. It took them a year to suggest that to us. The appellant cannot understand why this position has now been taken other than forensic reasons. The intentions for the outline part of the scheme have been clear from the start. Any clarification sought could and should have been requested in a timely manner in 2020. But of course, the council will retain complete control over the design if outline planning permission is granted, and have themselves proposed and agreed a planning condition, it's condition 19, ma'am, requiring the submission of a code at the appropriate time. In fact, a draft of the code we expect to submit pursuant to such a condition, if the appeal succeeds, was sent to the council for comment in December, and no comments have yet been received. In conclusion, the tilted balance requires any adverse effects significantly and demonstrably to outweigh any, the benefits of the scheme. In this case, the benefits are very substantial indeed, and even the council now only alleges very limited adverse effect, having withdrawn its amenity space issue, largely focused on a singularity argument, which is now no longer plausible or realistic, given the outcome of the Orwell appeal. And I confidently expect, ma'am, at the close of the evidence, to request on behalf of the appellant that this appeal be allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Could I please turn to the council
Yes,
to
thank you.
make your opening statement?
Of course, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edward.
Madam, you have a script of the council's opening
I
statement
do.
you identified as IQ2. The particulars of the development for which the grant of planning permission is sought have been recited already, Madam, by you in your opening remarks, and we won't repeat these. Basildon Borough Council, the local planning authority, resolved on the 12th of October 2021 that, had it remained charged with the determination of the application for planning permission, it would have refused to grant permission for 3 reasons. This decision was made in accordance with the advice and the recommendation of the professional officers of the council. The council's position remains that the form of development proposed is unacceptable and that the appellant's appeal should be dismissed. Its case in support of that outcome would be made through the evidence of 3 witnesses, Mr. Lowndes of Lichfields, Mr. Murphy of Essex Place Services, and Miss Richardson, supported by Miss Lyons, who are both officers of the council. Before we turn to outlining very briefly the council's position in respect of the main considerations, Madam, identified by you following the case management conference and again today, we say something about what is not or ought not to be an issue as between the main parties. It is common ground that the council cannot demonstrate 5 years' worth of supply of deliverable housing sites set against its housing requirements. It's common ground that the delivery of new homes in the borough, assessed by reference to the government's housing delivery test, is suppressed. And it is common ground, or should be, that the council is actively addressing these outcomes through its housing delivery test action plan and generally in its capacity as a significant landowner in the borough. As a consequence, it follows, as required by national planning policy, that the development plan policies which are most important for determining the appeal are deemed to be out of date, and that the tilted balance provided by the framework in paragraph 11D is engaged. The council acknowledges and accepts that in these circumstances, the contribution that the appeal proposal would make to housing supply in the borough, if the appeal were to be allowed and planning permission granted, is a matter to which substantial weight should be given as part of the planning balance. However, that does not mean that anything goes. The council says that here the adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of allowing this scheme to proceed. And with regard to the precise quantum of housing land supply, there remains an issue between the parties. The principal parties' respective positions is set out in the Housing Land Supply Statement of Common Ground. The council claims 2.88 years of supply. The appellant and the Rule 6 party claim the supply to be 1.3 years and 1.7 years respectively. Given that the policy consequences of the suppressed level of supply, whichever figure is accepted, are agreed, and the council accepts that the new housing which the appeal scheme would generate is a matter to be given substantial weight, it is not at all clear what resolution of the precise quantum of undersupply would add, Madam, to your decision-making task. It is the law that to arrive at a precise figure is not necessary in all cases, and the Gladman case and indeed the Hallam Land case to which Mr. Hill referred in the Court of Appeal makes this clear enough. Be that as it may, if this issue does need to be resolved, the council maintains its position as set out in the Housing Land Supply Statement of Common Ground and contends that the undue pessimism on the part of the appellant and the Rule 6 party found by the Market Square Appeal Inspector has not been addressed. We turn then briefly to the main considerations as they have been identified by you. First, with regard to the impact on the character and appearance of Basildon Town Centre, the evidence relied upon by the council to support its objection will be that given by Mr. Lowndes. The appeal proposal, in both its detailed and outline components, has no precedent within the town centre of Basildon and will have a transformative and negatively transformative impact. In terms of height, the 4 proposed towers will be of a height and scale which overwhelm its surroundings and would change and fundamentally undermine the current preeminent landmark role of Brook House, a critical component in defining the character and appearance of the town centre. This harm, arising from form, will be aggravated by the elevational design of towers A and B. And Mr. Lowndes will demonstrate that the introduction as proposed of vertical elements into the elevations of those two towers will detract from the characteristic horizontal emphasis existing, originally planned and largely prevailing development within the town centre. It's the council's case that the scheme, in terms of townscape impact, fails to achieve the outcome for the built environment expected by, and so as to comply in particular with, paragraphs 130 and 134 of the framework, as well as Save Policy BE12 of the Basildon District Local Plan of 2007. In this respect, as Mr. Lowndes will explain, the decision to grant planning permission for development, including a building of 17 stories on the Market Square appeal site, does not materially dilute or excuse the impact or render acceptable what is proposed through this appeal scheme. Indeed, much of the reasoning given by Inspector Mr. Rose serves only to demonstrate that what is proposed here is harmful and unacceptable. The second main consideration, the effect of the appeal scheme on the significance of Brook House, will be addressed by Mr. Murphy. He will explain that Town Square and the appeal site in particular form part of the setting of Brook House, and that the setting of that listed building contributes to its significance. The introduction of new development of the height and scale proposed into the setting of Brook House will directly compete with that prominent and arresting landmark building and harm its significance. The level of harm to significance is less than substantial, and such harm must be given substantial weight and importance in the planning balance. And for the avoidance of doubt, the council does not accept any heritage benefits will be generated by the appeal. The third main issue, which concerns whether acceptable living conditions for future residents will be achieved, is the subject of the position statement, Madam, which was sent to you yesterday and to which you've already referred. In light of the approach adopted by and the conclusions of Inspector Rose, the council no longer seeks the dismissal of this appeal by reason of the provision of unacceptable living conditions for future residents in terms of the amount and quality of outside space. For completeness, the council's third putative reason for refusal concerns the need for and absence of a planning obligation. This has now been resolved as between the council and the appellant at least, and a draft obligation has in large measure been agreed between those parties. We turn then to the planning balances. The council have acknowledged that the contribution of the proposal to housing supply is a benefit to which substantial weight should be attached. The scheme will introduce new residents, jobs, and thus expenditure and activity into Basildon Town Centre, and commercial uses will be accommodated in new and refurbished floor space. These outcomes will undoubtedly deliver regeneration benefits, but so too would any regeneration proposal on this brownfield site. However, here, the townscape impacts and the harm to the historic environment are such that these significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of granting planning permission. Moreover, the public benefits are not such as to outweigh the harm to the significance of Brook House. Madam, the council's case is that the appeal should be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Can I please turn to Ms. Hall?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon now, Madam. I'll take this at a reasonable speed because you've got it in front of you, and I don't see anybody's name on the list that isn't a consultant or a council officer, so we'll go at a reasonable pace. But Infrared attends this inquiry as a Rule 6 party and as the promoter of development on the nearby Eastgate site. Infrared's own development proposals were initially given the green light by the council's planning committee, but permission was never finally issued. An Infrared scheme is now due to be determined by the inspectorate at some point this year, 2022. Both schemes represent new, denser and taller developments of Basildon Town Centre, and together with the recently consented Orwell scheme, they have the potential to significantly regenerate the town centre. The three appeals raise a number of cross-cutting thematic issues, which you, Madam, will now be the second inspector to address, namely the principle of increased height in the town centre with regard to the impact on the townscape, the principle of increased height in terms of impact on Brook House as a heritage asset, the extent of the council's 5-year housing land supply shortfall, the degree to which the town centre is likely to need to accommodate significant residential development in order to reduce the need for greenbelt release as part of the emerging plan. And in that context, the weight to be afforded to the 2012 Master Plan, 2020 Regeneration Strategy and Master Plan, and the 2021 Capacity Study as material considerations. Well, given the potential importance of those findings made by you for the determination of our own appeal, we intend to address the inquiry on these cross-cutting issues only. InfraRed is also able to assist you, Mum, with any discussion of cumulative effects across 3 sites. We do not present evidence on design of the appeal scheme, nor its internal layout, for example, nor do we present an overall suggested planning balance to you, Mum, given that we haven't produced a full suite of evidence. In overview, Mum, our case is as follows. Firstly, dealing with heritage and townscape. The main townscape feature and the main heritage asset potentially affected by the appeal proposals is Grade 2 listed Brook House. Brook House sits within the Basildon's New Town Concept Town Centre, and it's a prominent townscape feature. However, both the town centre and Brook House need to be treated, we say, proportionately and with realism. No party to the inquiry proposes preserving the town centre in Aspic. Change is needed, and there is recognition that elements of the new town concept are at odds with the needs of today. The town centre isn't a conservation area, it has no townscape designation, and nor is it the subject of any adopted local policy setting out key views or elements which need to be preserved. The inquiry therefore proceeds in something of a policy vacuum in this regard, and consideration needs to be given to broader planning and townscape principles. The inward-looking and car-centric principles of the new town philosophy have led to a town centre which is divorced from its users, and in turn this has led to inevitable decline. All parties to the inquiry agree that there is no in-principle objection to change, modernisation and improvement. Both from a town planning point of view and a need to accommodate Basildon's high housing needs, there is sense in making provision for an increased number of residential units in the town centre. And indeed, all of the council's proposed and draft town centre master plans and strategies provide for much higher housing numbers of residential units and much taller buildings than exist today. The question is really how high, and where is this height best accommodated? The council has no adopted policy steer to help answer either of those questions, and with no adopted town centre strategy, action plan or other document, both questions are best answered by consideration of whether any given proposal causes undue harm to the townscape or Brook House as a heritage asset. Mr. Hancock's evidence will explain that the character of the existing town centre is flawed, and there is an opportunity to preserve the elements of real quality whilst at the same time improving those elements which require it. In assessing harm, Mr. Hancock will explain that key views which allow best appreciation of Brook House are closer range views. Longer range views, which formed the basis of the finding of harm in relation to the Orwell scheme, should be seen in context. They are not designed or planned views from that range, and Brook House doesn't depend upon singularity for its significance. Nor in reality does Brook House exist as a singularity in longer range views, and accordingly it would be an error to forensically focus on the extent to which taller buildings compete with the building as townscape feature from a distance, as this can only ever be a very small component as the building's overall significance. In any event, any assertion that harm would be caused by Brook House losing its role as a singular tall building, if that argument had merit before, certainly no longer holds good now, following the grant of the Orwell scheme, and the permitted construction of a scheme which would exceed the height of Brook House and be located within the town centre core. Mr. Hancock's evidence to the inquiry will explain that whilst Brook House has a clear value as a Grade 2 listed building, once its qualities and townscape role are properly understood, it's clear that additional height can be accommodated without undue harm. Turning to 5-year housing land supply, following on from the decision in Hallam Land, it is necessary to engage with the broad degree of shortfall in housing land supply in order to sensibly engage with the weight to be afforded to the benefits of the scheme, which would assist in making good that shortfall. Even on the council's case, the supply sits at 2.88 years, which is well below the 5-year requirement, and it's beyond doubt that the starting point is that the tilted balance is engaged. The claimed housing land supply relies heavily on sites without planning consent, HELAR sites and those on the Brownfield Register. HELAR is a plan-making tool, this is not a decision-making tool, and it isn't itself an allocation. Between this inquiry and the Orwell inquiry, the council has now had a great number of attempts at providing clear evidence to support their claimed trajectory. However, as will be explored by Mr. Ireland in the roundtable discussion, if we have one, clear evidence as required by the PPG is still wanting in relation to a large number of sites. And Inspector Rose's very recent conclusion that, quote, a substantial portion of the council's projected supply doesn't attain the threshold of deliverability remains true. Set against the poor future supply, the council acknowledges that this is an authority which has historically failed to meet its housing requirement. It is a 20% authority and has a housing delivery test score of 45%. The council's modified emerging plan now proposes to accommodate 4,738 homes in the town centre, a huge increase from the 2,128 it initially proposed. In short, this is a council with a huge housing requirement and a past failure of delivery. Turning to the master plans and town centre strategies, the 2012 master plan predates any up-to-date housing requirement, and so it doesn't reflect the current likelihood of having to deliver at least an additional 4,200 houses in the town centre. It has therefore been wholly superseded by events and should be afforded little weight. The 2021 capacity study has not yet been the subject of any formal consultation, remains at an early stage, and is in any event subject to frauds which will be tested through cross-examination. All three master plan strategies, though, have followed common themes and have all provided for increased height and increased density in the town centre. It is therefore clear that any vision for the town centre as part of an emerging plan or otherwise will likely result in a document which provides for taller buildings, at least 4,000 residential units, greater density and greater connectivity between the town centre and residential areas and transport routes. These are all common sense aims which accord with many of the themes of the planning policy framework, including reuse of brownfield land, optimising density, supporting regeneration, locating development in sustainable places, and recognising the benefits of mixed use schemes. Further, in Basildon particularly, accommodating a large number of houses in the town centre makes very good sense. The alternative here is the justification of large-scale greenbelt release, which is not what the council has proposed to the ongoing local plan exam. In conclusion, a few short points form the backdrop to this inquiry and InfraRed's case as follows. The claimed supply is woeful, but is still a significant overestimate. The true position is likely to be as low as 1.7 years. The need for housing is therefore properly described as chronic. The town centre is a sustainable location. It involves a reuse of brownfield land and avoids extensive greenbelt release. The council lacks an adopted plan to provide for those homes in any way which would set a threshold for height in the town centre or dictate where in the town centre they should be located. As the recent Orwell appeal demonstrates, the townscape and Brook House can accommodate other tall buildings without undue harm. All parties agree that town centre is in decline and requires change, height and density. The baseline for assessing impact on the town centre and Brook House should now include the development approved at Market Square. And the result is that Brook House will be seen together with other tall buildings and will not be the tallest building in the town centre. And any harm needs to be judged in that context. Overall, the development of this nature and scale of that proposed is an inevitable, necessary, and we say desirable part of Basildon's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. And as I said, I'm taking all those documents as inquiry documents and I've given them all a number. Thank you. The time is now 12:18. I'm happy to hear from Mr. Makower now and his presentation. Is anybody else flagging or?
No, I think it's a good idea to press on. Mr. Makower is not in the same building as me, but I know he's set up and ready to roll.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Makower.
Thank you. Can you hear me and can you see my screen with thumbnails on it?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, many thanks, Ma'am, and everybody here for welcoming me and for opening so far. This is the beginning slide, and let me just see if this is working. Yeah, so can you see the second slide with the word introduction?
Absolutely.
Great. So my name is Tim Makower. I am both an urban designer and an architect. I've been working in architecture in amongst a bit of education along the way for about 40 years. When I was 14, I actually was the T-boy, lucky enough to be the T-boy for Frederick Gibbard, who was the master planner of Harlow. And you can imagine how excited I was lately to be asked by BEL to get involved in bringing back a significant part of Basildon Town Centre to life. It's not 100% dead right now, but it's fairly dead compared to what it used to be. That our part, which is only one part, but a significant part of the wider town centre. So Frederick Gibbard himself said a great thing, one of many, about towns. A town is an organism which would go on changing and being rebuilt as the needs of people alter. Kind of makes sense. The majority of my career, the vast majority, bar the last 8 years, was spent at Allies and Morrison. I was taught by Bob Allies originally, and where I became a partner. One of my early experiences in master planning, even though I was working on one of the buildings, was Paternoster Square. That square there is an interesting comparison with St. Martin's Square, actually scale-wise. And I have led many significant master planning, urban design, and architectural projects, many of which involve heritage, really through to completion. Two of the largest, very comparable in size, 35 hectares, 8 million square feet of mixed use. One is King's Cross, an extremely heritage-based project where I did some of the buildings top right, Great Northern Hotel and German Gymnasium, as well as leading the master plan through planning. And then also this rather amazing project, quite similar to King's Cross, but in the center of Doha, where the World Cup will be this year, which these projects are living heritage. And in the case of, particularly in the case of the one in Doha, known as Musharraf, the brief from the start was bring people back to live, as well as visit and make better use of the city centre. Other projects I have led and delivered while still at Allies and Morrison were Bankside 123 for land securities and many housing projects, including St Andrews Bow, the multiple award-winning project with Barratt London. I have worked in academia to some extent. I was the co-chair of urban design and architecture in Qatar. I've written this book, Touching the City, which is about urban scale. And scale is something I think a great deal about. It's something that's been a high priority for my work. And the cartoon bottom right, speaks of, so does the book, the connectivity and the seamlessness from the larger scale to the smaller scale of the importance of how we relate, human scale, how we relate to places. Bottom left is also an Allies and Morrison time project. It's a very significant retail project in Liverpool, Liverpool One. Multi-level movements, the theatre of shopping, as it was always called, as well as bringing, as a very significant part of that city centre, back to life. Since founding Macaur Architects, a lot of our projects are architectural, many of them are housing, many of them have heritage relationships. There are some other heritage-related projects, such as the University of London Boat Club and the National Stadium in Abu Dhabi, but we are also developing some very significant master plans, of which we sometimes do some architecture, but sometimes it's pure urban design. The top central one is International Quarter Stratford. The middle central one is Brent Cross, and that's for Lend-Lease and then Argent related. And most of our projects, many of which are now being built in and around London, are housing-led place-making projects. They involve groups of buildings, often collaborations with other architects, but they also always involve some element of mixed use. The image bottom right is one we've used again and again, the idea of living heritage, the continuity between past, present, and future, and the life of places. They are alive, as Frederick Gibbard said. And Gordon Cullen is a great hero of mine, another pioneer of early modernism from the time of Basildon. As soon as two buildings are juxtaposed, the art of townscape is released. Even a small congregation of buildings can produce drama and spatial stimulation. This is indeed townscape defined in the broadest sense of the word. So the way I'm going to present our thoughts for Town Square North is firstly looking at the original vision and the idea of benefit for people originally and ongoing benefit, existing condition, the way things are now, our primary strategies, mix, movement, massing, transformation, public places, community and communal places, private places. We are going to talk about balconies and outdoor amenity space in as far as it relates to architectural character and architectural quality, even though that is no longer one of the pertinent reasons for refusal. We will talk about architectural detail and quality, touch on the question of design code, and of course, we will be referring, because we've learned a great deal and we have extreme respect for the qualities and relationships with Brooke House. And we will talk both on strategies and at the end about massing and scale and skyline and how it relates to the future of Basildon. I don't need to recap the reasons for refusal, but I will just refer to this film from which I have taken clips. It's by Ian Smith, Newtown Utopia. I strongly recommend it. It was made 5 years ago, long before COVID, but well into the time of decline for Basildon Town Centre. And its word utopia is a word stemming from that original founder of the New Towns movement, Lewis Silkin. And these towns, Basildon included, were built for the future, and the future is not fixed. This is an ongoing process, and right now, as we all know, Basildon has seen better days.
What seems to be happening to Basildon, you can go see it yourself in Langdon, because the Langdon Centre was really the first place to entirely go to the dogs. It looks like something from East Germany in the 60s. Barren, hopeless.
And of course, the retail decline, challenged very much by internet shopping, COVID being an added problem, is not the only aspect of decline going on within Basildon Town Centre. Talking about the original vision, the plan on the right is from 1957, published in the AJ, and it shows us some pretty interesting things. It does not include Brook House. That was conceived later and was finished in 1962. It also does not include the station. The station was delivered 12 years after Brook House, 1974 to 5. And it shows a town hall. A town hall is a freestanding object between two squares, Town Square and St. Martin's Square. St. Martin's Square is a very large space. It's very much highways dominated in this drawing, but very much in the way that we experience now, they are very different from each other and they are connected. And in this drawing, the original intent, they are connected by two links. A link as we know it, here to the south of the empty Marks and Spencer's box, but another link, a direct link, what we would call a design line between the two squares. A fascinating prompt, which midway, perhaps a third of the way through our design process, suddenly produced a light bulb moment, and we realized that we could deliver that link for the first time in the history of Basildon, which is what we are proposing to do. Here we see the strategic importance of our site, edge to and if you like, divider between the two squares. I will just go back to the previous slide to read you the top right quote, which describes the location of the Marks and Spencer's box as the fulcrum between the two squares. Here we can see it, and here we can see top right, our intent to make that link between the two squares, which was originally conceived. But we can also see in this slide the largeness and blankness of the edge to St. Martin's Square, and the emptiness of not only the Marks and Spencer's box, but also the bowling alley and other parts of our site. This is the original article, actually written by the Development Corporation in '57. They talk about the economics, they talk about the problem of low height, the struggle to achieve height in this fascinating article. And they say it'll be interesting to speculate whether this town centre will be redeveloped in 100 years' time to greater height. They reference it to the fact that Regent Street in London was originally built to half the height that it currently is. And they talk, in a way disparagingly, about the trend towards low-rise drive-in American shopping centres. Brook House, delivered in '62, became a fantastic piece of bringing homes into the town centre. It was glamorous, it was smart, it performed the first piece of landmark role. In a way, it also had a civic role to play, as was applauded in the 1962 AJ article written by Anthony Davis and Kenneth Brown. It is a good-looking building. It has this tremendous cutaway portico. It has this great texture and sort of crystalline quality, strong presence. Its interiors, which certainly have seen better days, it was described as unfit for human habitation only a couple of years ago. Its interiors do not provide the type of indoor-outdoor connectivity which we aspire to, and which is generally the aspiration of residential dwellings these days. It also suffers from overheating. So although it is a building of strong character from which we have learnt a lot, it also is a building with problems from which we need to move on.
School clubs were shut down, lunchtime activities were shut down, anything before school.
The boat shed had been locked up, the clock at the top had stopped working, and the little kiosk was closed, the public toilets were shut down.
So we can see that decline is not just retail. Decline in residential quality, in community life, community provision has been an ongoing process. Looking at the existing condition, we can see here the two squares. The distance between the Marks and Spencer box and Brooke House is 160 meters. That's a big distance. That's a big, long space. It's also a rather beautifully proportioned space, being long and thin, albeit with the later additions of the two pavilions. St. Martin's Square is 90 meters in its width. And feels like a less satisfactory space. And basically the eastern end of the town centre and the western end of the town centre, the more civic hub, the fulcrum between the two squares, and of course, down here, down Fodderwick, the delivery of the station in '74 represents an evolution of the town centre in a way westwards. This image also shows us that kind of frustrated or not delivered desire line, that natural desire line, the slightly dead north west corner of Town Square, which can connect, and our project proposes that it connects through to St. Martin's Square. It shows us the vertical core, public core, leading up to high pavement. In behind there is low pavement, ramping back down to St. Martin's Square and St. Martin's Church. This is a weave of major and minor interconnected spaces to which we add and build on, and that is part of the original intent. Realized but not fully coming to fruition. We are at the station, and Fodderwick is on our left here. We can see in this particular view, if you move a couple of yards forward, it vanishes, but we can see Brooke House on the right there, framed by the bike shed. And we are bang in line with Tower 8. As you will see, it's behind that, that building.
When we arrived in Basildon in 1974, there was no station. The idea now that there was no station in a town, because obviously everyone was going to work in that town, as the original planning. It's an extraordinary idea.
So St. Martin's Square, a big space, we feel overly large and lacking not only in activity of edge, but strength of edge. We're coming here from the very, very far west, moving into the town, and it's worth pointing out that Brooke House certainly is not performing its landmark role as one comes from the west. It also does not perform its landmark role as one comes from the south. And we're just coming to a space and a series of edges which are full of potential. It's worth pointing out the already delivered and fine, very good, very valuable landscape improvements within St. Martin's Square, but so much only part of a bigger picture, so much part of an unfinished story. We can see the empty box, the underused roof looking down on St. Martin's Square here, and this cries out for change, positive change, we believe. At the western end of Town Square, we're moving through the existing connection between the Orwell site and the empty anchor store, and here we see that dead corner asking to be activated, brought to life, opened up. We're looking up the public core now, leading us up, bypassing the first floor. That's an important point, and taking us up lifts and stairs to the second floor. And up here is the entrance to this building floating above. You saw it in the aerial view. It's Northgate House. It used to be the glamorous, shiny office building, the main sort of trophy office building within the town centre, glass curtain walled. Its entrance is up there on that second floor deck. Now it was converted and sadly reclad into residential. It's quite low quality residential, and it's very much a constraint for us. We work with it, and we strongly believe we will be a great improvement to its residents, of which their life is part of the life of the town centre, as with Brooke House. Here we have high pavement, an entirely dead and at night somewhat scary route through to the important, valuable Great Oaks car park at the back. Here we have the car park, and that's high pavement up there. This is low pavement, the east-west secondary or tertiary route with its ramp going down to St. Martin's Square. And our project delivers activation to these currently inactive frontages that you're seeing on this slide. Low pavement, high pavement, the first and second floor levels of the frontage onto Town Square. Town Square, the quote from the 1962 article here is perhaps over large, but to a surprising extent, talking about Brooke House, this tall building holds the space. Our intention at the western end of Town Square and for St. Martin's Square is to hold the space. And we think that this role isn't one aspect of space being held by building, landmark building, is not exclusive to others, and the singularity point has already been discussed. The bottom images show how the public core, here it is on the right as of today, leading up to Northgate House, used to be a super glamorous, way up to the bowling alley, the snooker hall, the Edge, the leisure offer, as well as the work offer. This is a mixed-use town centre as per the original design intent. And the glamour of this place, in some of those interviews in the film, you'll hear it more than the ones I've taken clips from, was quite something to be part of. Brooke House, here it is. It's in the top image, you know, it stands up, in this case, merged with Great Oaks House, just in its foreground. And, you know, the idea that a Western cluster can actually be good for the setting of Brooke House and good for the town centre, wayfinding, identity, intensity, is one that we hold dear to. Coming from the east, it's worth noting that Brooke House, there are many changes afoot, eastwards, including the excellent fact cinema has now almost been finished now. That's a good fact, although we comment on its physical contextual relationship to Brooke House later. And here we can see, coming from Gloucester Park, the somewhat lesser role, I mean, distinctly lesser role of Brooke House as a landmark, coming from directions other than the eastward and actually South Gunnels from the south routes into Town Square. Brooke House offers many clues. Architecturally, it's fantastic, grand, double height undercroft, its muscularity. We think of it almost as a grandmother, a loving grandparent, not, in our view, wanting nothing better ever to happen in the lives of its children and grandchildren after it, but wanting to become part of a wider and growing extended family. In terms of architectural character, Brooke House and other buildings, Freedom House, in the case of these two images, has now been taken away and replaced by the cinema. They offer clues of verticals and horizontals weaving. St. Martin's Church, the weave of those two together, the offset rhythms, the liveliness of rhythm and, of course, surface texture and the faceted nature, hexagons, facets, angles, zigzags. There is much of this, and much of this that we have learned from and want to reflect in our architecture down to the last detail, as you will see, and as you will have seen in our images within our proof. In terms of strategies, mix, movement, massing, these are early images. We've always thought of doing our absolute best and most for mix within the town centre. Work, visit, food and beverage, shopping, community, and of course, homes. And alternative approaches of how a mixed-use town centre can bring life to not just the town centre, but the wider town, almost drawing people as a destination. Drawing people because people love watching people. They love being part of flow, dynamic, energy. Not only weekday, weekend, daytime, evening. Make this a fully integrated mixed-use town centre, as was the original intent, and to some extent, as it used to be, less so now. Here we have an image where we did not, in the early days, propose that cut, and that cut became the proposal latterly. Well, to 1/3 of the way through the process, we discovered the importance and value, not only at ground level, but also at first and second floor level, interconnecting the primary and secondary and tertiary movements, each of which can be much more activated than they currently are, opening up, activating, bringing to life on not just one level, but multiple levels. So this became a very natural design response, hand in hand with, symbiotically related to the massing response, which basically creates a family, our piece of the family, of four towers, four very efficient towers clustered together, offset from each other, intentionally good distances apart, and offsetting from each other to create a dynamic skyline, optimizing daylight, sunlight, and outlook, including the relationship with Brooke House here. That's a 60-meter distance there. And we see the way they work together as a group of graded scales, rising up to what we consider the entirely natural fulcrum position, echoes of the original intent, between the two squares, and of course nearest to the station, which was delivered some years after Brooke House. A natural point for the new landmark, not to the detriment of the original landmark, but to its additionality of a growing town, which of course used to be a town of 50,000 people back in the day of Brook House. It's now a town of 200,000 people. Here we see a great, rather iconic cartoon by the thinker of early modern townscape, Backamer from Holland, the family model. The plurality works well with buildings in towns. And here we can see, coming from the west, coming from the east, the strong desire for a diversified and a distinctive skyline. Looking eastwards and coming past Brook House, with Orwell delivered, now obviously consented, to avoid the homogenizing. Here we have Orwell in this black line on the drawing from the west, to avoid the danger that all buildings within the town centre homogenize around Brook House, something strongly to be avoided, and instead to aim for a diversified skyline and a diversified townscape with emphasis and distinctiveness. The NPPF suggests many things, including as much use as possible of previously developed land, use space above shops. This is all part of a sustainable agenda, and the scheme is definitely innovative, pushing use of energy, clean, green, and lean, optimizing design, both from the passive to the active and technological aspects of sustainable design. And of course, it is highly green in terms of its gardenscape and very green in terms of its carbon footprint. Actually using 50% of the footprint of the site is the reuse of existing concrete frames. And that is part of the interest and quality and character of the proposal. A brief summary of transformation. We look at Town Square, particularly looking westwards. Can it be better than it is today? Can it change, and can that change be positive? We believe so in all aspects of the word. We look at this corner, we look at opening it up, interconnecting ground, first and second floor levels, activating those, creating a grand arcade. It's not the same as the Brook House portico, but it's definitely talking to it. There is dialogue here, dialogue at massing, skyline level, dialogue at streetscape level, dialogue in terms of movement and activation to make sure that this town centre at all levels, and major and minor, comes to life. And that also includes the currently dead and in future very much opened up and brought to life frontage of the Marks and Spencer's box looking east, looking west, the easterly side of St. Martin's Square. Looking at the upper level, this is the second floor, this is high pavement, this is low pavement. We can see ways, these are early sketch images, ways of activating these spaces. And of course, remembering mandates given to us by the NPPF and common sense too. Activation also brings with it legibility, social interaction, and safety.
I saw my brother, Des, walking across the square, and coming towards him, this bunch of skinheads, and they were all trying out the skinhead thing.
So I'll skip through the plans just for orientation. We have the existing layout, and you can see a great deal of, we believe, underused, certainly very grey, roofscape there. Here we can see the cut, 4 residential entrances, food and beverage and retail frontage, being opened up, particularly facing onto St. Martin's Square, and the entrance to the hub, one of 4 entrances to the workspace hub, which is here at first floor level. This completely new walkway here, connecting into the existing public core with a new lift and a new stair connecting down to ground level, up to second floor level. That is the second entrance to the workspace hub, the heart and connector of the project. Workspace, obviously post-COVID, making it all the more relevant to have places to work very close to your home, but outside of your home, SME opportunities for small businesses to set up and bring business back into the heart, and small businesses and growing businesses and flexible businesses working in the heart of the town, as well as people living. This is the first floor communal garden shared between block towers A and B. And here we can see the workspace entrance going down onto St. Martin's Square. So ground floor in 3 dimensions, first floor, you can see that first floor walkway, second floor, and at second floor level, another south-facing walkway looking down onto Town Square, activated by the second floor frontage of the workspace hub. It's a 2-level offer, which it takes up the empty bowling alley and the empty retail below that, and activating, clearly making much more alive and safer, and benefiting from the flows really of the high pavement movement and the connectivity to the car park. In terms of quantum, the yellow shapes on the left-hand slides ground, first and second, those walkways and the new cut are 950 square meters of new public space. There is a great deal of new communal amenity space, but there is also an added public space offer in quantum terms, as well as clearly flows and connectivity. So here we are looking along Town Square, and the public spaces which this project offers are both Town Square and St. Martin's Square. We very much believe that the mixed-use nature of this proposition will bring with it a day-night quality and a day-night attraction, not just from people within the town centre, those living within the project and around, those coming into the town centre, and even from a wider catchment. We believe this will become a place where people will want to be and stay to a much higher degree than they would ever have reason to at the moment. We're looking from St. Martin's Square now in more detail at the triple height cut, an interweave of verticals and horizontals forming this strongly defined podium zone, the base zone, on top of which sit, in very kind of classic modernist terms, picking up on the original ethos of the horizontals, the point block, and the horizontals forming the base zone, and in our case forming the basis for these four interrelated towers, of which Tower A here, top right, is the primary one, and in dialogue with, learning lessons from our grandmother figure, Brooke House, at the other end of this linear space, Town Square. Here we have the south-facing galleries. You can see that weave of not only horizontals and verticals, but diagonals leading us up to the second floor. And it's really quite a radical transformation. We believe will be a joy to use as well as convenient, meeting some natural desire lines. And in a way, you know, the body analogy, veins, arteries, and capillaries, making sure that the blood flows and the oxygen in the blood to keep this town, well, to bring it back to health and keep it healthy through all aspects of life. And these guys, you know, are they designing computer games? Just left South Essex College, 1 block away. Are they making leather handbags, Christmas cards? You know, all aspects of maker and small workspace, we feel, some of which has public frontage, we feel are part of bringing to full potential the opportunities the town centre offers. Meanwhile, the potentials for not only public space, western end of Town Square, but also community space. This is one of the tremendous amenity gardens looking along Town Square, shown up here in this image. And retail units, cafe units. This is the first floor of the south-facing galleries, and this is the section looking from St. Martin's Square up a grand lobby up to the workspace hub. The workspace hub here is shown on its 2 levels, top lit, coming from roof gardens above, using this completely empty, once a successful destination, the bowling alley, but really a connector of life, a connector of activity, as well as a connector of spaces with its 4 entrances. Here we are looking down the stairs, and if we go right, we get to St. Martin's Square, and we're looking up to that first floor garden between Tower A and Tower B, an interweave of aspects of life. And we like to think that this guy in the 70s is probably about as old as this guy now, and these are his grandchildren, all enjoying, you know, being part of the new community of the Workspace Hub. Wouldn't that be a great thing? And Basildon deserves it. And we think it's a very real opportunity, not just for work, but very much for residential, people to come into the town centre and enjoy living here, want to stay here as part of an integrated mix of uses. Gardens are a very important part of the quality and the architectural characteristics of the offer generally. Communal gardens and private balconies. I'll say a little bit about those in a minute. Here we are looking down on the garden, which floats above St. Martin's Square with its multi-level walkways, and there is that hub entrance. And we think, you know, a very much improved relationship to St. Martin's Square compared to the current empty anchor store. Here we're on this roof garden looking along Town Square, if we look to the right, and there are a series of interconnected gardens. It's also worth saying that the blank empty roof to which Northgate House looks at the moment will also become a living green space, and there will be benefit to those residents just as much as there is to the new residents, sharing these communal spaces, social interaction, spaces to meet and gather, use in a very flexible way, not to the exclusion of indoor-outdoor living in the private realm, but as part of the choices offered. and indoor social shared spaces. We have community spaces within the different blocks. Each one has a very generous offer. Lobbies themselves will be alive with they're more than minimum lobbies, spaces to hang out and meet friends, do your emails, etc. A series of differentiated spaces. This rather wonderful one on the second floor, looking down onto St. Martin's Square, and to be in the back of a civic clock, just beside the cut. These are all elements of richness, which will be part of people's lives. Now, just looking at balconies, this is no longer held as a reason for refusal for discussion here, but it has been a generator for architectural character. These red lines, and you can see red lines around Brook House in this plan, they are areas of prominence and where residential buildings in a way play a civic role. And we have taken a clue from Brook House that projecting balconies in those red line areas, the more prominent frontages, would not be appropriate. Compared to the green dotted areas, the inner realm of the block, the east wing block, which as you know is the outline component of the project, looking in towards courtyard spaces. So we have offered a choice of full balconies, half balconies, and Juliet balconies, which when you combine it with the shared amenity spaces, amounts to a total offer of 11 square meters per dwelling of amenity space. Outdoor, indoor, shared. That is a very significant offer. Some flats have the choice. There is a range. There's a range of options here. Some flats, as I've described, looking inwards on the east wing, have full balconies. But the reason for avoiding projecting balconies on those red lines was that it would be too far different, too jarring with the crystalline character, no balconies, of Brook House as it stands. So we really did take that as our clue. However, we have provided proper indoor-outdoor connectivity to living rooms. As you can see here, a Juliet balcony, a half balcony, and a full balcony. The indoor-outdoor connectivity is double, and in some cases more than double, what is normal in a flat if you buy it, average flat, bought on the open market in and around the south of England, which generally has a single door onto a balcony. To have a double, a great deal more outdoor feeling, and that is part of our offer. Meanwhile, these drawings summarize this woven and deeply modeled in texture and depth, differentiating Tower A up here from Tower B, the impact of not having projecting balconies on those prominent facades, of making new facades in terms of the architectural detail and character, which learn from, they don't copy, but they emulate, and they try to reflect the qualities of Brook House, as well as other buildings in the town centre, not just at its base zone, but also at its upper zone. In terms of the base, we can see here how the cut takes the clue of round columns from much of the town centre, as opposed to those sort of highly sculpted V-shaped columns of Brook House, which we see as unique. But it takes that clue and then it creates this weave, but certainly establishes the grand order, just as Brook House does, and a grand order very much dedicated to public life and permeability, as well as placemaking. Meanwhile, the upper surfaces, on account of not including projecting balconies, and you can see the Juliet balcony and the half balcony setting up an alternating rhythm here on Tower A. You can see a woven rhythm with every floor equal, but offset from each other, emulating not just Brook House, but memories of Freedom House and the buildings on the south side of Town Square. We are contributing and taking in a fresh way onto the next chapter, the architectural language and character of Basildon Town Centre. And the coding, which we have basically provided, we didn't call it a code, but in chapter 10 of our DAS, we provided coding on subjects relating to the East Wing, volume, setbacks, materials, landscape, both quantitative and qualitative. And those aspects of quality, as well as making sure that this group of buildings, as part of the wider town centre, achieve a diversity, as well as some degree of unity in order to achieve harmony, that they are not all the same. We certainly don't want them to be the same as, but to be in positive dialogue with Brook House, and that all in all, the town goes on evolving, just as Frederick Gibbard would have had it. It's an organic town, as all towns are, and it won't be frozen in its life. If it were, it would die. Looking for
very exciting.
Looking for a moment at Brook House, this is an interesting clip from the film.
Very exciting. You had a little bit of pride about that. You had a bit of pride about this building called Brook House in the middle of the town centre, this block of flats. God, people who live in those places must be really cool.
At first sight, It seemed to be a good place to live. I had people actually say to me, wow, you're lucky to get in there, because originally it was designed as accommodation for lawyers and doctors and people like that. And I began to learn things like the top floor at one time had been beautifully carpeted and was reserved for visiting Ford executives.
And there was a friend of mine who lived up there, and I worshipped him like a god, you know, because literally in a way, because he was way higher than anything else in Basildon, and he lived in this place. And I just thought, I would give anything to live there.
So this is, in a way, that clip was an economic point, as well as a social point, and a point about the significance of Brooke House, as well as its setting. It was created as a landmark for the eastern part of the town centre. Obviously, the town centre has grown and changed since then, and in a way, it's shifted westwards with the station. But it also was glamorous, and it played a civic role, and it was part of a demographic for the entire town, which it doesn't play that role anymore. It's seen better days, and let's hope it will see better days in the future. But the economics of the town centre, and I'll turn now to the cinema. That cinema is a great thing. I don't think it's a very, very sympathetic architectural response to the architectural heritage of Basildon or to its relationship to Brooke House, but I'm very glad it's there, and I jolly well hope it succeeds as a cinema, and it will need footfall in order to succeed. The college is now up and running. Things are happening in Basildon Town Centre, but those things need to be built on. And the loss of immediate context, original context, Freedom House in particular, for Brooke House is a significant fact, both an item of sadness, I believe, but also an item of positivity in as far as it reflects positive change, the life of this town. Here we have, by the way, the new cinema scene from East Walk, which certainly has changed the dynamic experience of Brooke House as one moves from the east westwards through the town and approaching our project, forming the new western end of the town. Here we see Freedom House as it used to be, now replaced by the cinema. It's also worth saying for Brooke House that there are some interesting designs which don't yet have planning status promoted by the local authority for mixed use, intensifying, changing townscape, and changing height relationships around East Square. Here is one of the sketch designs that we were consultees on and shared collaborative process on the cinema there, mixed use and housing being looked at, all of which it shows that we're all part of a bigger picture than any singular part, and certainly we think reinforces the idea that change can be good, and that Brooke House should not, in a set in aspic kind of way, dictate a frozenness or a death of change, if you like, for the future. On the bottom right, we can see some current proposals which we believe might not be very positive for infilling the great portico of Brooke House, which shows again, you know, for better or worse, that nothing is frozen in time. So lastly, onto Skyline and Skyline, I've spoken about massing. I've spoken about the offsetting of the four towers from each other and the primacy of the fulcrum location between the two squares. A reminder that we began in discussion with the local authority at 30 stories. We were asked to reduce it to 26, and then midway through the planning process, having submitted, we were asked to reduce it to 23, which we did, including strong and very positive requests from Place Services at Essex also. And the images here on the right just show us, in this case, without Brooke House visible at all, how even without, whether it's without Orwell in the middle here, or with Orwell, a Western cluster, we are certainly contributing to wayfinding from the station. We think that, you know, that's only one part of the positivity that this Western cluster will give. And of course, you know, echoes of what Mr. Rose has said in his decision on Orwell, it actually can be a positive thing for the civic nature, the very distinctive nature of St. Martin's Square as distinct from Town Square. So here we are with these crucial views coming along East Walk, and we like the phrase, again quoting Mr. Rose, that about the relativity of comparative heights given their separation and relative distance. We think it is a very dynamic relationship, basically two end stops, one at the western end, one at the eastern end of Town Square, with our new landmark for Basildon being the westerly one. We think that can be a very positive dialogue, not one to the exclusion or conflict of the other. And of course, the western arrival, as well as from the station, being greatly positive in terms of the change that this group of buildings will bring, both with and without Orwell, depending on which one goes first. It's worth noting that certain roles of Brook House as a landmark, South Gunnels here, are very much, in a way, nothing to do with the Town Square North site at all. I'm nearly at the last slide now. Urban scale, one of my favourite subjects, and something I've learned a lot from in all these projects. Here is Paternoster Square. You can see a space considerably smaller than St Martin's Square here. We think it works well as an outdoor room. It's not the case for tall buildings, but the relativity of width to height, and of course the nature of edges, is something that I think the critique of Town Square is very different from a critique of St Martin's Square. We think St Martin's Square is far less satisfactory, but those proportions of size and relative scale are things which I think are relevant to not only Basildon past, but Basildon now and future. It's a town that's grown a great deal. But in pure dimensional terms, here we've got Mirabell Gardens in Stratford. Here we have Cubitt Square, one of the spaces I master planned at King's Cross. And these two images are interesting, with the grade 1 star listed, highly significant granary building, looking over Granary Square here at King's Cross. And in the background, about double the distance, that's about twice the length of Town Square, we have tower buildings. One of them finished a long time ago by Glenn Howells, this one under construction now by Alison Brooks. Those tower buildings are visible as background to the granary from some views, for example, from here in front of Fish and Coal Building. But that doesn't mean they are damaging the landmark role of the granary. And I don't think if you go there and see how it's developing, you would think so either. And in terms of overall city or town identity, the City of London, I think, has been greatly improved as its skyline has intensified over the years. And the same, more parallel with Basildon, I believe, is true of Croydon. These things are about town identity, as well as a reflection, a manifestation of the prospering of town and city economics. And of course, critical mass, both identity as well as activity, intensity and activation, success breeds success in a sense. So this is the last, the one but last slide, the future of Basildon. Well, in the middle here, you can see Lakeside Shopping Centre. It's the place where people go from around Basildon, if they don't, and most of them wouldn't want to, go into Basildon to shop as an alternative. These two are not currently competing with each other. It's a drive-in shopping centre, and it's in real trouble. It will not survive, I predict, over 10, 20, whatever number of years, because shopping is changing to such a high degree. We deeply believe, with projects such as ours and the other projects being promoted in Basildon Town Centre, that Basildon Town Centre and Basildon as a town, with the town centre at its heart, will not just survive, but it will thrive. It will win out because it's a mixed-use place, because it was originally intended to be a mixed-use place. It has tremendous catchment for people to be there, for people to visit there, not just from nearby, but from a wider catchment. And we think this is the key to sustainable urbanism, not just for Basildon, but for the wider problem. It is a problem, but it's also a massively positive opportunity for how places can change over time. And we bemoan COVID, we bemoan the impact of the internet on how shopping has changed. And economics are tough. They certainly are. Things have to change in order to reinvent ourselves and reinvent the role of our town centres. Basildon is a classic case, and if this project, our project, goes ahead, we think Basildon will gain, will benefit massively. If it doesn't, we think Basildon will lose out, and we dearly hope the decision is positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makower.
Thank you. Should I stop sharing now?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Makower.
Good.
Okay, then, thank you for that. That set the scene for the evidence that we're going to hear in the rest of the inquiry. It's now 3 minutes past 1. I suggest now that we break for lunch and that we come back. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. We'll have an hour for lunch, and we'll pick up on our housekeeping matters. I really want to firm up the timetable before we move on to hear the evidence of Mr. Lowndes. Is there anything else that we need to pick up on before we adjourn? Thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice lunch. Good afternoon. It's now 2 o'clock and the inquiry is resumed. We've got a few housekeeping matters, particularly timetable and the matters that I raised with regard to housing land supply. Could I hear from one of the advocates on that matter, please?
Shall I go first, if there's no other bidders, as it were?
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. There's been some exchange of emails between myself, Mr. Hill and Ms. Hall. I don't think matters are quite agreed in terms of a suggested way forward. So I'm in your hands, Madam. I can certainly explain how the council see the position and what it would suggest, and then no doubt Mr. Hill and Ms. Hall can explain their respective positions. Would that be
okay?
Madam, it seems to me there is some degree of common ground in the sense that it's all parties accept that in terms of the 5-year housing land supply shortfall, there isn't any legal requirement for you in all cases to identify the size figure, and a range is appropriate depending upon the circumstances that arise. And I think it is common ground, or at least must be common ground, that the extent to which you require evidence on this matter is entirely for you to decide in terms of what you consider necessary in order to determine the appeal. Beyond that, the council's position remains as set out in paragraph 6 of his opening statement, which was obviously written before the opening of this morning. I hope what is set out there is clear enough. In essence, given that the consequences of the housing land supply shortfall, whichever figure is the correct one, are essentially the same and agreed, then it seems to us that it would not be an efficient use of inquiry time to consider any sort of precise figure within a range that I understand the other parties are inviting you to do. Madam, if we are wrong about that and you are persuaded that you do need to go into this matter beyond the way in which we've suggested it's addressed in paragraph 6 of our opening statement, then we would suggest that you have enough information before you in terms of the evidence and the statement of common ground to determine the position on the basis of written evidence, as indeed your colleague Mr. Rose did at the Orwell appeal, where you will understand that this matter was dealt with wholly by exchange of written representations. Thirdly, if that course of action doesn't commend itself to you, then plainly a roundtable discussion could take place. But we would suggest that proportionately that should be confined to the parties addressing their position with regard to the typologies that contribute towards the 5-year housing land supply, explaining why the parties in principle think that the component sites within those typologies contribute or not, as it were, to housing land supply as deliverable sites or sources of deliverable sites, and to therefore avoid the need to look at the precise details of any individual sites. I just add, Madam, as I've already foreshadowed, that if that latter course of action is the one that you determine is the appropriate one, then in those circumstances, I will ask for this matter to be put off until the beginning of next week. However, in order to use inquiry time effectively, I'm perfectly content if the timetable allows for Mr. Lowndes, as it were, part 2, his planning evidence, to be heard on Friday in advance of the roundtable discussion on 5-year housing land supply, with the caveat that if in the unlikely event that anything arises during that roundtable discussion that means that Mr. Lowndes has to give some further evidence, I emphasise that should be unlikely, then obviously I reserve the position to invite you to allow him to be recalled to deal with any outstanding matters. So, Madam, that's our position.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Could I turn to Mr. Hill, please?
Certainly, ma'am. Good afternoon. In relation to 5-year housing land supply and the issues, first of all, I think it is agreed that no party is suggesting you need to identify a precise number, but that a range or broad range will suffice. And secondly, we agree that the way you decide to determine this is very much a matter for you, using your discretion. My third point, though, must be that it seems inevitable that the weight you attach to this issue must increase proportionately, depending on the size of the shortfall. And we are talking about a gulf of between 1.3 and 2.88 years, which for some authorities might not amount to a great deal, but for Basildon amounts to nearly 2,000 units. That's what it means in real terms, real houses between 1.3 and 2.88. And it seems to me that some limited exploration of that gulf is required and desirable in order for you to reach a proper conclusion on this point. And I particularly draw attention to the fact that the council's position already departs from the very recent decision of Mr. Rose on the Orwell appeal, where he found that the absolute tops, the supply was at 2.5 years. Now the council's already saying 2.8, which is rather more than that. And so I think you need to resolve that and see whether the council can possibly be right in already rejecting the conclusion of an inspector who considered this matter in December. Last point, ma'am, is that you need to be quite cautious about the circumstances in which this matter was addressed in writing at the Orwell appeal. Quite unusual set of circumstances when the council, during the course of the inquiry, produced a series of additional documents supplementing its position, adding, elaborating, introducing further levels of detail. And there was really no alternative but for the parties to comment in writing. And Mr. Rose made provision for that right up to and after the close of the oral part of the inquiry. So finally, I would endorse the suggestion that's been made, and indeed suggested by yourself, ma'am, that we could reframe the debate, make it far more focused, and condense the list presently of about 50 sites, more like 10 or 12 groups, which would relate to the typology, type of site, and avoid you having to pore over a long list, look at matters generically, and you could still reach, in our view, perfectly sensible conclusions and lawful conclusions on that basis. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Ms. Hull?
Ma'am, as I'm sure can be anticipated, I essentially follow on from the submissions of Mr. Hill. We are entirely at one on that. Just in terms of practicalities and taking that forward, Mum, obviously we'd encourage you to agree that we need a housing land supply roundtable. Provision has been made for that in the timetable. We have the time available, and both the Rule 6 party and the appellant obviously see it as part of their case that we'd like to put, that we would like you to have some live evidence on that, albeit in a roundtable format. Well, I heed your request for that to be a proportionate use of inquiry time, and progress has been made already between the parties' witnesses to agree a revised and detailed agenda for that session, should you be willing to entertain it. What that looks like at the moment, and we don't have any input from the council's witness as yet, but the appellants and Rule 6 parties' witnesses have come to some agreement, I think, is that there are essentially 4 categories of site. Within that, you may need to hear evidence on 11 or 12 specific sites, but there are 4 essentially main groupings.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I've obviously given this some consideration. What I'm going to suggest is, for the reasons, and you've all given them, I think, Mr. Edwards, there is a gulf. I don't intend, I'm going to go into this matter in as much as I need to determine this appeal. So, and we've all, I think we all know that can be arranged. And I'm only going to go into it in as much as exactly as I can't remember who said it, I think it was Mr. Hill, in as much as I need to attach weight to the provision of housing in light of the shortfall. Okay, so with that caveat, that's why I asked you to look at and using inquiry time proportionately, I asked you to group the sites so that we can look at them generically. So what I'm going to suggest is that I hear your witness, Mr. Edwards, isn't available on the Friday. What I'm going to suggest is that we carry on with things through to the Thursday. We do the roundtables on Heritage and 106 on Friday morning. I suggest that we deal with any overrun, if we have any, on Friday afternoon, and we deal with Housing Land Supply Roundtable on the Tuesday morning. That will be before we deal with Mr. Lowndes' evidence, and it will also give the opportunity, should you wish, your counsel witness, I think it's Mrs. Lyons, to come along. She will have that opportunity. Then that means, because we've got some flex in the timetable, then that means that we can deal with Mr. Lowndes maybe later on that morning, the afternoon of Tuesday, and then we're dealing with Ms. Jones and Mr. Mumby on the Wednesday, and then we can take closings on the Thursday.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Now, what I'll do is I'll send that provisional, I'll send that timetable that's no longer provisional now. We've spoken about it. Does anybody, I mean, I'll just take a last view. Does anybody have any major concerns on that? Any unfairness there?
No, Mum, I just say that I need to check with my Housing Land Supply witness, Mr. Ireland, whether he can make Tuesday morning. I know he's got another inquiry this week and next week. So we were trying to juggle his land supply session in that inquiry with this inquiry. Unless I'm told otherwise, I'm sure that will be fine. But just to put a marker down, I know he's twin tracking inquiries at the moment.
Come back to me as soon as you can on that, will you, Ms. Hall? So therefore, for that discussion, and I would like it by close of play tomorrow evening, so that's Wednesday, I would like those categories. I would like those categories so that I know what we're dealing with. And then I want that to be a very focused session. Again, I'll canvass views on what that agenda should be. Very focused session, and we'll be dealing with generic categories of sites. I know somebody, I can't remember who it was, I think it was Miss Hall, spoke about specifics. I'll only go into that if I have to.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much indeed. Can I just indicate that we received over lunchtime, it was sent at just after 1:20 an email from Mr. Ireland that came round the officer team of the council with a helpful sort of start in terms of identifying typologies. We're grateful for that. We'll obviously look at that this afternoon and overnight, and then come back to the other parties with a view to presenting that to you later on tomorrow.
It's in the evidence already, so it's not an onerous task. Okay, thank you very much. So I'll send that timetable to all of you. And could I, will therefore move on to the council's first witness. That's Mr. Lowndes. Could I ask you to introduce that witness? I'm just going to send this, so if you could just bear with me for a minute, Mr. Edwards. I'll just get this sent off.
I'm also conscious of the fact that I said I'd come back to you on that heritage point after lunch.
You did, and I didn't ask you either.
I'm not offended, ma'am, and I'm perfectly happy to take it now or later as
go on.
Just to confirm that it is the appellant's view that no harm arises to the designated asset. It may be that there's a slight infelicity of wording in the statement of common ground that you originally drew to our attention. I think it's supposed to read, if the inspector finds some less than substantial harm, then there is disagreement between the council and the appellant as to whether the benefits associated with the scheme would be capable of outweighing that harm.
Yeah.
But I think that accords with the evidences before you, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, I understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you very much indeed. Madam, you can see that Mr. Lowndes is now at the inquiry, as it were. Madam, just to indicate, Mr. Lowndes and I are in the same building, but we are in separate rooms, adjoining rooms in the building. Madam, so far as Mr. Lowndes is concerned, you have main proof of evidence together with 2 volumes of appendices. You have a summary proof, and you have provided yesterday a brief errata to his evidence. Madam, with your permission, what I was proposing to do is to take the full complement of Mr. Lowndes' written evidence as read, to formally introduce Mr. Lowndes to the inquiry, and then to deal with some supplementary points.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, would you just enable me to pass and get my hard copy, please? Thank you.
Indeed. So, Madam, without any further ado, if I could introduce Mr. Lowndes to the inquiry by reference to section 1 of his main proof of evidence, headed qualifications and experience. Mr. Lowndes, you set out just over 2 pages your professional qualifications and experience. I'm going to just take those very shortly, if I may. Mr. Lowndes, you're Michael Lowndes, you're a planning consultant, and you are, as you say in paragraph 1, a senior director within the consultancy of Lichfields, and you are the national head of urban design, heritage, and the townscape teams at that practice. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
You confirm in paragraph 1.5, so far as your academic qualifications are concerned, you have a degree in geography, you have a diploma in town planning, you have a master's degree in urban planning, and you have a postgraduate diploma in building conservation. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
You confirm in paragraph 1.8 that you are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and that you represented the Institute as a judge at the government endorsed Housing Design Awards programme. Again, is that correct?
It is.
And in paragraph 1.9, you confirm that you are an affiliate member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. Again, is that correct?
It is.
Indeed. I hope we can then take the rest of your description of your professional experience as read. As I indicated to Mr. Lowndes, if it's convenient to you, I'm going to just ask you to deal with some supplementary points, if I may. And the topics that I would like your help with are broadly under 2 headings. The first is the relevance and implications of the inspector's decision and reasons for that decision in allowing the Market Square appeal. And the second is a series of points arising from Mr. McClower's rebuttal proof and observations that he makes in that. So those are the 2 broad headings. If we can begin with the first of those broad headings, which concerns the Market Square appeal decision. Mr. Lowndes, can I ask you to take out Inspector Rose's decision, which is 4 documents, and I think it's now E25.
I have it.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Lowndes, since by way of navigation through Mr. Rose's decision letter, Mr. Rose addressed impact on the character and appearance of the area, broadly townscape impact, between paragraphs 37 and 6 in particular of his decision letter. Is that your understanding?
That's right, yes.
And we can see that he did so under 2 headings. The first concerns the townscape role of Brook House and the implications and effect of the proposed development before him on that, and that begins at paragraph 37. And the second broad topic was under the heading urban design, at paragraph 46. Do you see that?
I do.
Good. Now, before we look at 1 or 2 of the observations and conclusions made by Inspector Rose, can I just put this perhaps in context, please? Can I take you to your main proof of evidence and invite you to turn to page 57.
I've got it.
And the top of page 57 of paragraph 514 is a continuation of a subsection that begins on the previous page, headed built form, height, mass and scale. Do you see that?
I do.
And if we just remind ourselves as to what you say in paragraph 514 on page 57, you say these towers would inevitably be more prominent in views from the town centre and surrounding area than Brook House. The height and verticality of the towers would challenge and fundamentally undermine the current singular landmark role of Brook House within the townscape of Basildon Town Centre. You see that?
I do.
Mr. Lowndes, that conclusion, and indeed your written proof of evidence, was produced before Mr. Rose's decision was issued on the 17th of December.
Correct.
Does that essentially conclusion that you set out in paragraph 14 still remain current, notwithstanding and in light of Mr. Rose's decision?
I think it remains absolutely current. In the light of Inspector Rose's decision, it's actually more relevant and pertinent as a piece of analysis, and it actually is an opinion which I can continue to stand by.
Good. With that essentially scene setting addressed, can we just turn please to one or 2 points in Mr. Rose's decision? Firstly, under the broad heading, the townscape of Brook House. Now, first of all, could I invite you to turn within Mr. Rose's decision to paragraphs 37 and 38, which appear on page 7.
Yes, I've got them.
We're going to be looking at a number of these paragraphs, Mr. Rose, Mr. Lowndes. I'm not going to actually read them out to you, but I'm going to ask you to these paragraphs when we come to that. So just remind yourself of paragraphs 37 and 38, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And we can see in those 2 paragraphs a number of conclusions set out by Mr. Rose. The first, in paragraph 37, is to conclude that it can be said without controversy that Brook House provides a landmark function within the town centre from its height, bulk and architectural design and detailing. And secondly, that Brook House remains preeminent because of its distinctive form and by contrast to the much lower buildings along the main pedestrian. I've slightly obscured my word, the main pedestrian route.
Spine. Pedestrianised spine.
Spine, thank you. That's effective. Now, do those 2 conclusions remain current, and do they reflect your case as you put it to this inspector, Mr. Lowndes?
Yes, they do.
And does Brook House still retain a landmark function and a preeminence within the townscape in light of and as a consequence of the decision of Mr. Rose to grant planning permission for the Market Square appeal?
Yes, it does.
Secondly, please, can we just pick up a further point of the role of Brook House in context by going forward in Mr. Rose's decision letter to page 3, paragraph 13.
Yes.
In paragraph 13, just remind yourself of it briefly, please.
Yes.
So far as the buildings identified by Mr. Rose in that paragraph, do any of those buildings in any way, in your view, detract from the landmark function and the contribution that Brook House makes to the townscape of Basildon Town Centre? And if not, why not?
And none of them detract from the role that Brook House plays in the townscape of Basildon Town Centre. And the reason for that is that they are all lower. They are separated by varying degrees, but there is a high degree of separation, and they are peripheral to the town centre. So none of them actually impede or impinge upon the wider setting of Brook House, that setting in which the landmark function is best appreciated. And I think later on, Inspector Rose talks about how particularly Great Oaks House and Acorn House perform they're part of a subordinate composition. So I think that's a really good description for the role of all of those taller buildings, taller but not as tall as Brook House.
And that last reference that you gave to the inspector concerning Mr. Rose's comments about Great Oaks House, is that paragraph 42 of Mr. Rose's decision? Lowndes?
Yes. Yes, that's right. It's the first sentence of paragraph 42.
We'll come to the question of singularity in a moment, Mr. Lowndes, but just to bring that part of your evidence together, is your evidence that, albeit there are other taller buildings within Basildon town centre, both inside and outside the ring road, none of those compromise the landmark function performed by Brook House?
That is my evidence.
Good.
Excuse me, Mr. Edwards, sorry, there's some interruption on the line. I don't know if it's at my end or anybody else's end, but I'm just finding it a little bit,
I agree, ma'am. I'm losing Mr. Edwards from time to time.
Yes. I mean, it's fine to date, but it's just it's just distracting me a little bit. So if anybody, I don't know where it is, but if anyone can correct it, it would be to everyone's advantage.
Well, thank you for alerting me to that, Madam. I certainly wasn't aware of that from our end. Can I just inquire, Mr. Lowndes, can you hear me clearly enough?
It's a bit fuzzy at times, Mr. Edwards.
Right.
Yes, it's a low level. I can't accept a low level drum. At
Oh, there's drilling going on.
that's what it is.
Oh.
That's what it is.
That might be the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple, who are doing works in the building right next door to the one I'm in at the moment.
Okay, we'll just have to deal with that.
If it becomes a problem, can you just let me know and I'll see if I can do something.
Okay, but as Mr. Hill said, it may be that, but you are going in and out of so just be aware. I'll alert you if I'm finding it too distracting.
Very much indeed. Good, thank you. Now, just before we move on, Mr. Lowndes, if we may, can I just ask for your comment, please, on a reference made by Ms. Markham in her evidence? Now, we don't need to turn it up because I can very shortly summarise the point being made. But for the inspector's note, Ms. Markham, in her proof of evidence, at paragraph 6.36 on page 35, makes an observation that, in her view, Great Oaks House is within the same city block as Brook House. And you're aware of that comment being made?
Yes.
Evidence. Can I just ask, please, for your observation on that? Firstly, as to whether you agree factually as to whether Great Oaks House is within the same city block. And secondly, in any event, do you agree that in townscape terms, in any way, Great Oaks House is read together with Brook House so as to impact the significance of Brook House in terms of its contribution to townscape?
So in answer to your first question, no, I don't think that Great Oaks House is in the same city block as Brook House. And I explained that in my proof with a plan which sets out what I believe to be the layout of the blocks for the town centre. And in answer to your second question, there are obviously occasions when the two buildings are read together. But in relation to the principal views of Brook House, particularly along the east-west spine, they are not seen together. And even when it is glimpsed, and they're glimpsed in proximity, Great Oaks House is a much lower, subordinate, subservient building that doesn't impinge upon that really important landscape function.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Lowndes. Now, can we then move on, please? It obviously is a matter of record that Mr. Rose concluded that the impact of the proposed development that he was considering was acceptable in terms of its effect on the townscape role of Brook House. And we'll look at one or two of the sectors Mr. Rose identified and the conclusions he reached in a moment. Can you just, looking at the matter overall, give the inspector the benefit of your view as to whether you consider that the impact of the proposed development is different to the impact of what was considered acceptable by Mr. Rose in terms of its effect on the townscape role of Brook House?
Yes. Well, my view is that there is a profound difference between the impact, what is now proposed in the current appeal scheme, and that was then proposed in the Orwell appeal scheme. And I think Inspector Rose's conclusions are actually very helpful in distinguishing between the really important townscape value that Brooke House has and how the Orwell scheme worked within those, within that townscape context. And he was at great pains to distinguish between the role of that appeal site and the buildings which would sit upon it, and the remaining value that Brooke House has and will retain consequent upon the completion of the now approved scheme for Orwell.
Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Can we, with that general observation then in mind, look please at the 4 receptor locations that Mr. Rose considered when assessing the impact of the Market Square scheme on Brooke House? And I'd like your observations in respect of each of those receptors,
yes,
and Rose in respect of them, as to whether the same justification applies to the appeal scheme. Take them in stages. The first.
Sorry, Mr. Edwards. Sorry, it is when the drilling takes place that you go out.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where this drilling is coming from. Actually, I can't hear it in the room I'm in at the moment.
I can hear it in this room, and you're behind me there.
This is a
and it's coming from over there.
Can I just invite you just to pause for a moment? I'm just going to go off screen and see if I can investigate whether this can be remedied.
Okay. Okay. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes while Mr. Edwards tries to sort that out. So we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes. Okay, it's now 14:37 and the inquiry is resumed. Have you managed to sort that out, Mr. Edwards?
Well, we've tried, Madam. There's some building work going on in the building next door. We've asked them to stop for the rest of the afternoon in terms of the drilling. And Mr. Lowndes has moved rooms, which I'm told by others may assist in terms of preventing the interference. But I can only suggest at the moment we just carry on. And if it does become a problem again, then I'll have to see if I can take some other remedial action.
Yeah, it's sounding better already, actually, for me. So thank you very much for that.
Good. Let's take a stock where we were. We are under the heading of impact on the townscape role of Brook House, just looking at some of the comments made by Mr. Rose in his decision letter and whether they apply in the same way to the impact of the appeal scheme. And we got to the point where I was going to begin by asking you about the 4 receptor locations that Mr. Rose identified, beginning with Basildon Railway Station. So Basildon Railway Station, receptor 1, Mr. Rose's decision letter, paragraph 40.
Yes.
Now, again, you're familiar with that paragraph. Mr. Rose considers the impact from the vicinity of the railway station, and we can see by reference to footnote 16 that that is by reference to a specific viewpoint, viewpoint 18, that was before Mr. Rose. Just help the inspector, Mr. Lowndes, with where viewpoint 18 was from, please.
View 18 was at platform level, the eastbound platform at the upper level of the station.
In the that are produced by the appellant in the DIA, we don't have, Mr. Lowndes, do we, a comparative view of viewpoint 18 that was before Mr. Rose?
There is no comparative.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards, you're going to have to repeat that question. I'm sorry.
Was that the interference again, madam, that you had before the break?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. You said I have to say, Mr. You seem to come in and out of
Yeah.
Just ask the question again.
Is there a comparative viewpoint, Mr. Lowndes, in the HTVIA to viewpoint 18 considered by Mr. Rose?
There is not.
Then, so far as Mr. Rose's conclusions with regard to the proposed development before him from the railway station, from the landscape role of Brook House, he formed the view that the appeal scheme before him would be seen as a separate and dissimilar element to Brook House, standing well apart and clearly distinguishable, and albeit it would remove the singularity of Brook House in that view, Brook House would nonetheless retain its strong landmark function within the eastern part of the retail spine. Do those conclusions, Mr. Lowndes, apply to, in your view, the impact of the appeal scheme from that view? And if not, why not?
Okay. It might be helpful for the inspector to actually turn up photograph 1 in Miss Markham's appendices. And that actually has a view from that platform looking towards Brook House.
Sorry, if you could just bear with me.
Yes, it's page 57.
Thank you. Thank you.
And from this view, Inspector Rose was able to differentiate the Orwell appeal site and Brook House. Although he said that they could be seen together, this would erode the singularity of Brook House in that view. I think that's very important because that recognises that Brook House does have a role, a singular role. It has that role of singularity as a landmark function, a preeminent landmark function in the town centre. And then secondly, I think that because of the bleak nature of the buildings in this view on the appeal site, there is a greater effect arising from the appeal scheme on that view. So I don't share his view in this paragraph relating to the fact that the appeal scheme would not be clearly distinguishable in terms of location and composition from Brook House in the same way that the Orwell scheme was. The appeal scheme, by the nature of the towers and the composition of those towers, would be much closer, have a more immediate relationship to Brook House, and would, I think, not only further erode the singularity of Brook House, but actually effectively extinguish it. So that landmark role it performs in that particular view would be gone.
Very much indeed. Two subsidiary points then arising from what you've just given by way of evidence, Mr. Lowndes. Firstly, we can see that Mr. Rose addressed not only the location and composition of the development before him, but also the material palette. We can see that reference. Does the material palette of the appeal scheme have any relevance in terms of its impact on Brook House from this location, namely the railway station?
Yes, I think the elevation treatment and the palette of materials that are proposed, as best we understand them in relation to the outline element, but more specifically in relation to the detailed element, would inevitably serve to emphasize the height and scale and visual dominance of the new buildings in that view. And those attributes would also challenge the preeminence of Brook House as performing a strong landmark function. So the composition and the materiality simply works in combination with the presence and the massiveness of those towers to create a cluster of towers that would jostle Brook House and lead to the loss of that important landmark role.
What is it, Mr. Lowndes, about the materiality that is of particular concern to you in terms?
I think it's a combination of the elements, the framing elements, and also the colour within the panels. I think it's a combination of elements and devices which all all have very strong architectural characteristics, and it's the strength of those architectural characteristics which actually cause the domineering effect upon Brook House.
Thank you very much indeed. And the second subsidiary point, Mr. Lowndes, you will have noted that in the opening statement on behalf of the appellant, it was said on a number of occasions that the singularity of Brook House has now effectively been lost.
Yes.
As a result of the Market Square appeal scheme. I think the ship has sailed, is the way that Mr. Hill put it in his opening statement. Do you agree that that is an appropriate conclusion, both in terms of the position on the ground with the Market Square appeal in place, or is it a conclusion that in fact Mr. Rose reached?
I do not agree with that assessment. I maintain that regardless of the Orwell decision, Brook House continues to perform a really important townscape role, and that role is defined by its singularity. In the really important views, particularly up and down the east-west spine, the pedestrianised spine, that singularity remains and should be protected.
And the second aspect of the question, Mr. Lowndes, does Mr. Rose in fact form the view, express the view, that the singularity of Brook House is lost?
He says that it's eroded in that particular view, which suggests to me that that singularity is retained in other views.
Thank you. Good. Can we then move on, please, Mr. Lands, to receptor 2, which is Broadmain and further to the east near the fire station. So that is effectively looking into the town centre from the north. And those are locations that Mr. Rose addresses in paragraphs 41 and 42 of his decision letter. Do you have those paragraphs, Mr. Lands?
I do.
You're familiar, and as are others, with what they say. Essentially, Mr. Rose concludes the scheme before him would be read as what it would be acceptable in terms of the impact on Brookhouse as a landscape feature, and Brookhouse would still retain its dominance. Again, your view, please, on whether those conclusions apply to the impact of the appeal scheme.
Yes, I think I'm slightly confused by the inspector's reference to footnote 17 in paragraph 41, because that refers to viewpoint 12. Actually, I think it's viewpoint 4 that I'd like our inspector to have a look at, because that's the view from Broadmain.
So do we need to take out CP6, Mr. Lands, which is the HT?
That's right. The HTVIA supporting the planning application, view 4, cycle route 13, Broadmain.
What page is that, please, Mr. Lands?
That page is 76.
Thank you. I'm there.
So this is the closest we can get to the view that the Inspector Rose looked at when we were on site for the site visit. And in it, in the existing view, it's clear. In the centre of the 3 buildings is Brookhouse. To the right is the reclad Northgate House on the appeal site, and then to the left is Great Oaks House. Mm-hmm. And then if we look at the proposed visual on page 77, we can see that Brookhouse disappears in that view. And so the inspector's conclusion from this broad position was that Brookhouse would still be read as a more distant landmark building. Of course, in this view, again, it is extinguished as a landmark building.
Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. And then at paragraph 42 of his decision letter, Mr. Rose considers the position moving along to the vicinity of the fire station, and that effectively is further east, I think, isn't it, beyond the viewpoint from Broadmain that he addresses in paragraph 41.
That's right. So this is further east along Broadmain, and this view is the viewpoint set out at view 13. So his footnote is correct there. View 13 of the TVIA, page 112.
So we're looking at a comparative view of Mr. Lowndes, which is viewpoint 13 in the TVIA in support of the current appeal scheme.
That's right.
And that is on page 112?
112, yes. The same viewpoint was used in the Orwell.
Yes.
As well. So in looking at this view, Inspector Rose was concerned about the relationship of the Orwell scheme in the backdrop view of Brookhouse, and he came to the conclusion that it was so far away and so beyond the site that it would form a subordinate cluster, a subordinate composition. But if we look at the proposed visual for this appeal scheme at page 113, I think we can see that there is no subordination there. The cluster of taller buildings encroaches much closer to Brookhouse, and that encroachment and the height of that cluster and the materiality and the architectural treatment all mean that this is not a subordinate backdrop. It's not subservient, and I think that undermines the landmark and symbolic role that Brooke House has as a consequence.
Mr. Lowndes, just to be clear on that, paragraph 42 of his decision letter, Mr. Rose is referring to the Great Oaks House and Acorn House.
Yes, and they form a subordinate composition. Yes, that's right.
The proposed new cluster,
yeah, would be subservient.
Is your evidence that the impact of the appeal scheme would not be a subservient backdrop?
It is.
Thank you. Good. Can we then move on, Mr. Lowndes, to the third of the four receptors, which is from East Walk?
Yeah.
And, Mr. Rose considers the impact of the Market Square appeal scheme from East Walk at paragraph 43 of his. I think we can just remind ourselves of that, please.
Yes. Yes. So this is a view which we find in the HTVIA at view 12.
Just pausing there.
108.
108, yeah, into page 108.
And this is the view that...
Sorry, a minute, Mr. Lowndes.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, I'm there now.
Okay, this is the view that the inspector identifies as being partly obscured by the construction of the new library.
New cinema, I think you mean, do you?
New cinema, yes, beg your pardon.
Okay, so we're all familiar with what Mr. Rose has to say about the impact of the Market Square appeal scheme from East Walk. Effectively, the looming and dominant presence of Brooke House would remain most, and that the appeal scheme would be a second and subsidiary marker.
Yes.
Your view on whether those same conclusions can or should apply to the impact of
those same conclusions don't apply, and the reason is that the appeal scheme would not be secondary or subsidiary. In the proposed visual of page 109, one can see just how tall and dominant I think it's Tower A will be in its relationship to Brooke House. That cannot be described as secondary or subsidiary.
And before we move on, Miss Markham, in her evidence, again, I'm not asking you to turn it up, but for your notes in the inspectors, paragraph 7.28 makes an observation that essentially the impact of the new cinema, now largely if not wholly complete, when seen from this view, essentially screens the lower half of Brooke House, with the essence of the point being made by Miss Markham is that obviously then disrupts the presence of Brooke House in this view. Can I have your observations, please, on the impact of the cinema development in terms of views from Brooke House and how that affects the consideration of the appeal scheme?
Right. Well, in this view, obviously the presence of the cinema has an effect. One can't see Brooke House as well as one would have previously seen it, but it still remains the tallest element. It still has a landmark role, and of course, this view is but one view in a whole sequence of views, where either going back further east or going forward towards the west, Brooke House actually comes into view in a much greater way and will and is seen to retain those landmark qualities.
Thank you very much indeed. And with that sequence of views in mind, Mr. Lowndes, could I just ask you, and forgive me for asking you to jump around in documents, but would you go please to the Design and Access Statement Addendum, which is core document D8.
I've got it.
Right, I haven't. If you could just wait. Yeah, the addendum. I've got it now.
And would you turn, please, within it to printed page number 23?
Yes, street views.
Correct. Pause for a moment while others arrive at that page.
Thank you.
Mr. Lance, these are, as you've already introduced, street views that show impressions of the appeal proposal from particular locations. And on the left-hand column of views, views 1 and 2 are from particular locations in East Walk. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do they assist in terms of giving at least an impression of how the form of the appeal scheme would appear by reference to Brook House in those views?
Yes, so street view 1 is more or less the position that the HTVI view 12 was taken from. But as one moves west, one can see how Brook House is revealed, and one can also see the role that those two towers play in affecting its setting. And they are towers A and C. And that effect is to challenge the singularity of Brook House and to diminish the power of its landmark role.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. And no doubt, Mr. Lowndes, these matters can be explored further at the time of the accompanied site visit in due course.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the last of the receptors with regard to the impact of development on the townscape function of Brook House is from Town Square. And Inspector Rose addresses that matter in paragraph 44 of his decision letter.
Yes.
Indeed, again, familiar with what the inspector says in that paragraph. Can I just have your view as to whether the impact of the appeal scheme from views in Town Square, and these are essentially views in Town Square looking east, aren't they, Mr. Rose?
There are. So he's turned around and he's facing back along the east-west route. He's facing eastward, and effectively he's standing in the narrow throat between the Marks and Spencer's building and the Market Square building. And I don't think these conclusions apply to the appeal scheme. And the reason is that what he's seeking to compare with Brook House is a lower building at the far end of the Market Square scheme, which is lower and doesn't challenge the preeminence of Brook House. In the same view of the appeal scheme, we would actually have the presence of the towers A, C, D probably, all of which will be jostling Brook House for that townscape preeminence. I think probably in Miss Markham's appendices, there are some photographs which might actually help with identifying that view or that sequence of views. So photograph 8, which is page 54 of the appendices. Which is from the west side of the throat, and it's possible to get a view of Brook House on the left-hand side. And then photograph 13, which is page 63.
Yeah.
And photograph 14 on the same page are the steps towards Brook House. And in view 13, the building, the shadow immediately on the right-hand side is the eastern end of Market Square site, where the 10-storey equivalent or comparator building would be sitting. And this is opposite Tower C, which would be sitting just above the canopy of the ministry kiosk on the north side of Town Square. And that, the height of that, its form, its substance, would have a fundamentally different impact to that which the inspector found for the Orwell scheme. Fundamentally more intrusive and damaging of the setting of Brooke House and its townscape role.
Thank you. So if we ground that evidence, Mr. Lowndes, in the conclusion reached by Inspector Rose at paragraph 4 of the 10-storey element of the Market Square, the tower effectively in the northeast corner of that development of 10 stories would result in Brooke House remaining the principal focal point in views from within Town Square. Is that a conclusion that, in your view, applies to the impact of the appeal scheme?
Not at all, no.
Thank you.
Brooke House would lose that role.
Now, Ms. Lowndes, is there anything else you want to say regarding the conclusions reached by Mr. Rose in his decision?
Just to conclude that nothing in his decision removes or reduces the adverse effects of the appeal scheme that I identify.
Thank you. We then turn to the second aspect addressed by Mr. Rose in terms of impact on the character and appearance of the town. And those are the matters that he addressed under the broad heading Urban Design within paragraphs 46 to 56 of his decision letter. Would you turn to paragraph 46 first, Mr. Rose?
Yes.
And in paragraph 46, and then continuing in paragraph 47, 48, Inspector Rose identified there being essentially a benefit through the introduction of the Market Square appeal scheme, and in particular, the taller elements of that in the northwest corner of 17 stories, in providing legibility within the town centre, particularly in terms of the route from the railway station and the bus station along Fodderwick and Market Pavement towards the western part of the town centre. And you recognise those conclusions, Mr. Lowndes?
I do.
Taking then as given that improving legibility is a positive, as Mr. Rose found, does improving legibility provide a justification now, following from Mr. Rose's decision, for further tall buildings on the appeal side?
No, I don't think it does. I think Inspector Rose identified, as he describes them, the impeccable credentials for a townscape-driven form of development. That's at paragraph 48 of the Orwell site, which would provide improved waymarking and definition. And that was behind his thinking in granting permission for the tall building on that corner. Having granted a tall building on that corner, I don't think it's necessary to have an even taller building on a position which isn't actually that close to the corner to do the same role. That role is now performed by the Orwell scheme.
Very much. Thank you.
I think let's have a look. I think in the DAS addendum, that's page 23. So that's the street views that we saw before. That's right, I've got it down. So the DAS addendum, page 23, street view 3, Fodderwick. And we can see on the left-hand side the two-tier tower that Inspector Rose said had impeccable credentials. Their site had impeccable credentials for wayfinding and definition. Those two elements performed that role. and one can see Tower A of the appeal scheme behind it. It doesn't actually aid wayfinding in the way that the two-part tower on the Orwell site does.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Can we then move on, please, to the second of the third elements I'd like your help with under this broad heading of urban design as addressed by those, and that is impact of the development from St Martin's Square. And by way of where this was addressed in Mr Rose's decision letter, he addresses the impact from St Martin's Square in paragraphs 49 through to 52 of his decision letter. Is that right, Mr Lowes?
That's right, 49, 50, 51, yes.
And then 52 as well, I think.
And 52, yes.
And essentially, Mr Rose considers impact on Market Square in particular by reference to impact on the church and the bell tower, paragraph 50, and then impact in views from the north, in paragraph 51. And paragraph 52, he then refers to the 17-storey element occupying a corner recess, and that it would be perceived as being located out with and beyond the square itself. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Now, just before we look at one or two of the detailed points there, just broadly, please, your view as to the impact of the proposed development from St Martin's Square and the extent from the impact of Market Square appeal proposal that Mr Rose found acceptable.
Yes, I think it would be helpful to refer to view 7 in the HTVIA at page 88.
Sorry, I'm just turning that up. Thank you.
And this view shows the western elevation of the Marks and Spencer's box, as it were. A story of Northgate House above that, and then beyond that, the upper floor and roof arrangement of Brook House. To the left, we can see the elegant colonnade of the two-storey church. And then to the right, we can see the Orwell appeal site. In the proposed visual assessment at page 89, we can see the effect of the two towers A and B, and the immediate effect of the two towers of A and B on the townscape character of St Martin's Square. I think that the effect of these tall, very tall elements would be to lead to some visual domination, visual overwhelming of the space of the church to the left, and then and the setting of the church would be affected by losing its established scale composition, which is set by, albeit an ugly building, which is the Marks and Spencer's block. But that scale setting is not, I don't think, effectively achieved in the podium element of the two towers. So the podium is a good thing, but it's not strong enough to really give the church a sense of its, I suppose, scale context. It needs something which is of lower scale in order to give it an anchor, a visual anchor. And I think that's lost in this view. And it's lost along with this sort of overwhelming sense of height and scale, diminishing its townscape setting.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we then turn to two particular points in terms of impact on St Martin's Square arising from Mr Rose's decision letter? The first of those, please, can we turn to paragraph 51?
Yes.
Where Mr Rose considers the most critical relationship being approaching and on entering the square from the north, where the proposed development would form a partial backdrop to the bell tower.
Yes.
I don't think we have any TVIA view in terms of looking into St Martin's Square from the north, do we, Mr Lowndes?
We don't have a TVIA view, but there is one of the street views which we might refer to.
Go back to one of the street views then again, please, which is the DAS addendum CBD 8.
Page 23, and it's a street view 5.
Can you just assist the inspector in terms of the impact of the appeal scheme, looking into St Martin's Square from the north, both generally and by reference to the comparative impact to that of the market?
Yes. Well, we can see towers B and then A being the taller tower. We can see how they sit above, in this view, sit above the church, which is the angled ridge roof. And the effects I described in view 7, I think, are again apparent here. The tallest building looks to rise out of the church. And then we can also see in sort of ghost-like form the campanile, the bell tower, just to the right of the lozenge-shaped tree. Inspector Rose is quite taken by the campanile. He felt it was an elegant and interesting structure. And I think that that interesting and elegant structure is visually overwhelmed by the sheer height and mass of these two towers of the appeal scheme in that space.
Thank you very much indeed. And, comparative impact to the Market Square proposal in terms of that view, last?
What the inspector was concerned about there was the taller building forming a partial backdrop to the square and to particularly to the campanile, and he felt that the building stood, that particular building, the campanile, stood in front of the backdrop building in a way that it didn't challenge its architectural interest or quality. Obviously, there's no, obviously the appeal scheme buildings don't sit behind the campanile, but they do dominate it. And I think it's that sheer domination of space and a change to its setting, which I think is regrettable and is harmful in townscape terms.
Thank you. And then finally, Mr. Lowndes, on this topic, paragraph 52 of his decision letter, Mr. Rose indicates that the 17-storey element would occupy a corner recess of the space, that is the Market Square, and the development as a whole would be perceived as being located out with and beyond the square itself. You see?
I do see that.
Aptly be drawn with regard to the position with regard to the appeal scheme.
Well, I think the reverse description applies. So I think the appeal scheme would be in and of the square. I think its influence on the quality of spatial experience in the possession square would be significant, and I think it would be unsettling for the pedestrian. We've seen Street View 5, how that illustrates this dominant impact the towers would have. And so while Market Square would be recessive and more distant, the town square towers are much more immediate and have a much more, I think, uncomfortable effect of looming over the square.
Thank you. Good. Can we then move finally, please, to the impact from Town Square looking west. So that's effectively looking with your back to Brook House. And we can see that Mr. Rose addressed the impact of the Market Square appeal scheme from Town Square, essentially looking west at paragraph 53 of his decision letter. Do you want to just remind yourself of that, please?
Yes.
I mean, quite clear what Mr. Rose is saying. He formed the view that the Market Square appeal scheme would herald a clear marker to market pavement and provide definition to Town Square as it narrows in width and terminates immediately beyond the appeal site. Again, to what extent, your view, please, on the impact of the proposed development in views from Town Square looking west, and whether those same considerations that Mr. Rose identified in paragraph 53 apply here.
I think so I think that this is looking west from Brook House, with Brook House behind one shoulder, basically. And the inspector felt that the Orwell scheme was on the other side of Town Square in a way which had an independence of form from Brook House, and actually provided a useful marker point, particularly where the Town Square narrowed at the western end. And my view is that the appeal scheme doesn't have that independence of form. It doesn't have that distinctive separation because it's in the same city block as Brook House. And although one can't see Brook House in this view, one can see a whole series of towers, all of which are in their cluster, jostling for position, and would actually begin to, I think, over-define the western end of Town Square. So there would be, I think, an uncomfortable juxtaposition between the taller building of the Orwell scheme and the tallest building of the appeal scheme. And I think it becomes very uncomfortable in terms of the spatial characteristics of all these taller elements jostling for position and attention.
But does it follow from that, Mr. Lowndes, that in your view, the introduction of, as it were, a competing cluster of tall buildings at the western end of Town Square, at the opposite end to Brook House, is therefore an acceptable or unacceptable?
I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's an unacceptable intervention.
Good. Thank you very much. Good. And then finally, please, on Mr. Rose's decision letter, if we can turn briefly to what he concluded with regard to the evolution of the scheme and the proposed design, which begins in a section of the decision letter beginning at paragraph 57. Do you see that?
I do.
And if we look within that section, after dealing with some of the background to the evolution of the scheme,
yeah,
paragraphs, essentially at paragraph 46 onwards, he, if I can put it this way, broadly accepts the case that in terms of elevational treatment, the proposed development before him mediates between the horizontal and the vertical emphasis, yes, and acceptable overall impact. Can I just have your view as to whether the appeal scheme addresses and moderates between the horizontal and the vertical in an acceptable way, and in particular in the way that Mr. Rose found for the Market Square proposal?
No, I don't think it does. And the reason for that is that the architectural horizontal and vertical components of the towers go to this point about serving to sort of exacerbate or emphasize the verticality, the height, the huge form of the towers. And I think Inspector Rose clearly found a built form that's acceptable on the Orwell scheme, and he felt that the horizontal and vertical balance was well disposed in relation to that particular built form. I don't think that the same can be said of the appeal scheme.
Very much. Thank you. And the basis of that conclusion, are these the concerns you express in your written evidence about of buildings A and B? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, second topic that I indicated I'd like your help with are certain observations made by Mr. Makower in his rebuttal proof. In fact, a number of the points I was going to ask you arising from the rebuttal proof you've already addressed in your evidence in chief, so I don't need to go back over those. And I think it then just leaves one point arising from Mr. Makower's rebuttal. So would you take that out, please, Mr. Lyons?
Yes.
Would you turn, please, in Mr. Makower's rebuttal evidence to paragraph 1.24?
Yes.
This is a discrete point that is raised in your evidence by way of a concern in relation to the scheme, which is the level of activation and activity introduced through the appeal scheme to low pavement. Just explain to the inspector what your concern is, please. And secondly, then, would you address whether you're satisfied, in light of what Mr. Makower says, those concerns have been addressed?
Right. If I could draw the inspector's attention to the addendum DAS, and that's page 77, which is the north elevation west wing drawing.
If you could just. Thank you.
Right, which was the page number?
77. Sorry, just no, make sure this is right. No, it's not 77, it's 112, beg your pardon. 112.
Thank you.
And what this shows is the low pavement, which is at a raised level, first floor, and it's the thick black line on the first 2/3 of the page, and that black line then goes into the ramps which lead down to St. Martin's Square. And in my opinion, the attributes of activity and safety and rising from surveillance and so on are overstated, because in looking at the elevation, that long elevation of low pavement, there are a handful of openings that are small. We can see the opening to Tower D, there's an opening to the hub, there's an opening to entrance to Tower B, but this is not what I would call an active elevation. And of course, on the other side of low pavement is the rather unattractive car park. And so I don't think it has the attributes of safety and place that are being ascribed it by the appellants. In fact, I did note in the presentation that we saw earlier some images of oh, here we are.
Hang on, Mr. Lyons. Is this core document D2? Which is
this is the presentation that Mr. Makower gave earlier.
D2, I think it is actually.
not numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 17, 18.
Yeah.
I think it's page 31 of that presentation.
Pause for a moment. I gave the wrong reference there. I think it's now been included as E5. Oh no, sorry, IQ5.
IQ5, page 31. Which is entitled Transformation. I would argue that there's nothing transformative about the effect upon low pavement arising from these proposals, and that the image on the bottom right, that's the 6th image, is rather optimistic in visually describing the characteristics of that place in relation to this appeal scheme.
And why is that, Mr. Lowndes?
Because in truth, there are no proposals for the car park on the right-hand side, and the scheme itself only proposes 5 relatively modest glazed doors along the whole length of that elevation. And that's it. No other windows, no proposals for lighting or active frontages.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Is there anything else that you wish to add at this stage by way of your...
No, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam. That concludes evidence in chief in terms of his design and townscape evidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. It's now 3:30. If we take a short break, is everybody comfortable taking a 20-minute break?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, if we take a 20-minute break, so we'll come back at 10 to 4. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's now 10 to 4 and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Hill, can I invite you to cross-examine the council's witness? And Mr. Hill, if you could break at an appropriate time, around 4:30. If it's a little bit beyond that, that's fine, but around that sort of time.
Certainly, ma'am. I shall look
Thank you very much.
a suitable break, hopefully by reference to the topic we are on at the time. And hopefully we can wrap up a topic, then that leaves things neatly to start the following morning.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lyons. Can I just check, first of all, that you can hear me clearly?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hill. I can hear you very well, thank you.
I can hear you well as well, so that's a very good start. Now, just getting to grips with the terms in which you give evidence to this inquiry, if I may, as they're perhaps slightly unusual in your case. If we turn to your main proof, I want you to look at your summary at any stage. And page 3, please, paragraph 1.13, 113.
Yes.
You explained to us there that you were approached by the council in mid-November last year regarding the possibility of providing expert evidence on the proposals, and you provided them with key documents. You're already familiar with the scheme as a result of your work in connection with the Market Square public inquiry. And of course, you and I have met before because I cross-examined you probably exactly 2 months ago at the Orwell inquiry, at which time you confirmed you were not instructed on this appeal, the Town Square appeal. Could you just help me with when it was then that you came to be instructed to give evidence for this inquiry?
It was after the conclusion of the Orwell inquiry that I was approached by the council and asked to give evidence on their behalf at this inquiry.
After conclusion of Orwell. So that would be, I think, the second half of November last year.
Yeah, mid-November, as I say in my proof.
Yeah. And of course, the deadline for submitting evidence was the 14th of December, wasn't it? Not very far away from the date when you were instructed.
Correct.
Was someone else due to give evidence prior to that for this inquiry?
I can't answer that question. I assume it must have been an officer of the council.
Yes, I'm interested because, of course, we were told at the time of the case management conference it was likely to be Mr. Peter Dawson who provided the letter that you refer to in your proof, resiling from his colleague, Mr. Ivert's observations on the acceptability of the appeal proposals. But Mr.
Yes.
Dawson has not ultimately come to give evidence. Do you know why that is?
No.
Have you had any discussion with him?
I have spoken to him, yes.
What was that about?
The conversation related to the observations that Essex Place Services made in connection with the design and townscape aspects of the proposals to the planning application. And I also met him on site in Basildon before Christmas.
Did you meet Mr. Iverts at any stage?
I didn't. No, he no longer works for Essex Place Services, as I understand it.
And of course, moving on from Mr. Dawson, the putative reasons for refusal resolved upon in October last year emerged from a report to the Planning Committee dated 12th of October last year, signed off by the head of planning and the principal planner. Those recommendations were, of course, accepted. Do you know why those officers haven't been called to defend their recommendations?
No, I can't answer that question, I'm afraid.
And just for clarity, you played no part in writing that report of the 12th of October 2021 that led to the putative reasons for refusal?
I did not.
And indeed, you told me in December when we last met that you'd had no professional instructions, as it were, relating to Basildon at any point in your career prior to September of last year.
I think it was November when we last met, wasn't it?
We met in November, but your instruction for the Orwell inquiry only came along in September of last year. And I remember asking you about the depth of your experience in relation to Basildon. And I think you told me then that you hadn't had any instructions causing you to consider sites or townscape in Basildon prior to September of last year.
That's right.
Thank you. And of course, at the Orwell inquiry, it was your evidence upon which Mr. Edwards was relying in his closing submissions in order to make the submission that the Orwell scheme, by reason of its height, massing, scale, general design, was completely unacceptable, unacceptably harmful, and unacceptably damaged the landscape function of Brooke House. That was your evidence, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I don't need to take you to it, but if anyone wants to check how the case was put, it's in CD E27, which is the council's closing submissions to the Orwell inquiry. E27. As you've agreed, the point there isn't any requirement for us to look at the document, Mr. Lands. And that, of course, that evidence was not accepted by the inspector, and we're now in a position where the appeal is determined and that planning permission is granted. Yeah.
Well, it's not as black and white as that. Obviously, some evidence was accepted by the inspector in terms of how he sought to distinguish between the impact of that appeal site on the setting of Brooke House and the rest of the town centre. So I think that the exercise I went through with Mr. Edwards earlier actually leans upon the evidence that we gave at that inquiry about the role of Brooke House as a landmark building in the townscape.
Yeah, and your case was, the burden of your case was that the Orwell proposals were unacceptably harmful to both the townscape in general and the landscape function of Brooke House.
Townscape function of Brooke House, yes.
Yeah, and those propositions were not accepted.
With regard to that appeal, that is correct.
Well, thank you. And of course, we weren't, Mr. Rose wasn't, as you'd expect, concerned at all with the other proposals, which my clients advance at this appeal, and Ms. Hall's clients will advance at another appeal. And we were very careful not to tread on that ground, weren't we, in the Orwell appeal, and there was no reference to the details of either scheme.
That's correct, but I think he was concerned about the wider value of the townscape in Basildon.
Well, we fortunately we have the advantage of his very thorough decision letter, so we don't need to speculate as to what he had in mind or what he was considering. And I want to start, please, by looking at some matters relating to the character and appearance of the town centre, which I think can now take more shortly because of the advantage of having Mr. Rose's account, and you've just been looking at the decision letter. I've got it as CD E25. I see Miss Hall's got it as E23, but I got it as E25. I hope I'm working from the most up-to-date version of the core documents list. And Mr. Rose deals with the site and surroundings in general terms in paragraphs 7 to 15 of that letter. Site and surroundings, subheading Roman 3, and then paragraphs 7 to 15. Have you had a chance to read all that? I'm sure you have.
I have, yes.
And do you accept and agree with Mr. Rose's account in those paragraphs?
Yes, I do. I think it's a very succinct summary of the key characteristics and the things of value in the town centre.
And paragraph 15 on page 4, he reaches general conclusions. He says, in general terms, The physical fabric of parts of the early town centre appear outworn and on a well-advanced downward spiral of decline, evidenced by vacancies and buildings which will not be reused in their current form. There is consensus that these areas are in need of regeneration and that benefits would accrue from an appropriate mixed-use scheme. You agree with all those judgments?
I do.
Good. And those judgments apply equally to this appeal, don't they, in terms of the context?
And it's a town centre site. It's a town centre site opposite that appeal site. And broadly speaking, the same considerations apply.
Yeah.
Subject to, of course, the impacts, more immediate impacts that arise in relation to the setting of Brook House and its townscape role.
Don't worry, Mr. Laz. I'm not suggesting that one could read across, as it were, the bottom line conclusion from one appeal to the other. I'm simply seeking to establish the common ground on the issues of site and context, which you've helpfully agreed. Now, in relation to your section 2, and indeed all the succeeding chapters of your proof, I'm not going to ask you about every point where we disagree. That's not going to help the inspector. I don't want to be criticised at any stage for not having taken up a point. We, of course, have taken the opportunity to review your proof, and we've issued rebuttal proofs. Both Mr. McCarr and Ms. Markham deal with your proof, and where I think a point's been aired effectively, then I'm not going to take inquiry time debating it with you in this session, Mr. Lowndes. You will understand that, I'm sure, and probably be thankful for it.
Indeed.
In relation to Brook House, I just want to pick up, I'm just going to focus on a few points as I go through section 2 on the general character and appearance. You touch on that first at paragraph 2.7 on page 8. And you, in the last couple of sentences of 2.7, you're providing some analysis yourself there. You say Brook House has a distinctive design with protruding angular windows and V-shaped pilotis at the base. Do you consider that those are the most distinctive elements of the design of Brook House as a piece of architecture?
They are certainly distinctive elements, but there are other distinctive elements.
Well, those are the two you've chosen to mention, aren't they?
Yeah, but that, and in combination, they form an overarching distinctiveness.
Thank you. 2.12, you move on in your tour of the context to St. Martin's Square with...
Can I, in relation to your last question, were you talking specifically about the elevational treatment? Or
yes, well, I was talking about your last sentence in paragraph 2.7, the distinctive design of the building. The design of the building is what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, it has a distinctive design, but it also has a distinctive townscape role, of which the design is part.
Well, I think we can see how you've chosen to put it in that paragraph. St. Martin's Square contains a variety of buildings around its edges, and the inspector's seen those and is now familiar with them: the Westgate Shopping Centre, the Towngate Theatre, the council offices, etc., the Campanile. All of those buildings post-date, don't they, the original phase of the building of Basildon Town Centre?
All of the buildings apart from Market Square.
Apart from the church, you mean?
Apart from the church and the Market Square, yes. Market Square building. Yeah.
So I'm asking you about St. Martin's Square.
Yes, all of the buildings in St. Martin's Square, which is framed to the north by the church and to the south by the Market Square building, which are original to the town centre. All the other buildings are later.
Are later, yes. And then page 12 to 13, your paragraph 220. you open that paragraph that the form of Basildon Town Centre reflects some of the key themes and details of modern movement architecture and urban planning from the 1950s and 1960s. These include, and then you set out a list of 7 items: simple rectangular building forms, pedestrianised precincts, rational facades, regular patterns of fenestration, the landmark residential tower, use of expressed concrete structural elements, use of modern materials and art within the public realm and on building frontages. Just looking to point 4 in a little more detail. And you're talking here, aren't you, about general themes of modern movement architecture and urban planning in the 50s and 60s, not their specific application to Basildon here. I think that's right, isn't it?
No, I think they are general themes which are found expressed in Basildon.
Yes, yes, but you're talking here about general. Hence, in subparagraph 4, you talk about Harlow at some length, and you have a sentence: as in many new towns, Harlow Town Centre was made up of predominantly 2 to 3 story retail blocks, with either a single, sometimes several landmark tall elements. Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm actually describing the Basildon Town Centre, which has characteristics in common with modern movement architecture and urban planning.
Yeah. And in paragraph 4, you have contextualised the residential tower by reference to another very famous new town, Harlow,
yes,
promoted and master planned by Sir Frederick Gibbard, and you provide some reference to his famous building, the Lawn, which I'm sure you're familiar with. But the point I ask you about really is in that second part of paragraph 4, and we discussed this in November, Mr. Lowndes. There's no reason in principle why several taller elements in a cluster cannot perform a landmark function just as well as an individual building, is there?
No, that is self-evident, but the specific circumstances at Basildon are that there is a single landmark tower, a tall building that performs that role and was deliberately designed to do so.
Well, we're going to come on to some of the details around that, but there, in terms of modern movement architecture, which is how you opened this paragraph, there's no in principle requirement as part of modern movement new town philosophy that one must have a singular landmark in the centre of a new town.
I have to agree with you, but of course, where the modern movement principles were applied at Basildon, there was a single vertical tall building. And that was the way in which the modern movement principles were applied to form a distinctive townscape in Basildon.
Well, we'll come to that as you would expect, but I'm very grateful to have your agreement that there's no in principle philosophical requirement for a singular landmark as part of modern movement new town thinking. 224 on page 14. You're quoting there from the emerging local plan, and that contains a passage that you set out in full on the lower half of page 14, which reviews something of the history of the new town. And one sees there about a third of the way down that quote in italics: whilst pockets of its more historic origins remain in a physical sense, the impact of the mid-20th century onwards is characterized by a fragmentation of built form, much of which has largely failed to relate well to the townscape of previous centuries. Therefore, the prevalent urban layers that form the south of the borough's sense of place almost exclusively post-1950s in date. I just touch on that because you've chosen to include that quote. We are, of course, focused very closely on the details of the 1960s layout of Basildon Town Centre. But we have to remember that that's emerged effectively in your and my lifetime and is overlain on a landscape that was entirely swept away, wasn't it, in the 1950s and 60s by the new town master planners?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question, Mr.
I'm asking, well, you've chosen to include that,
Yes.
that passage. I'm simply seeking to understand why and what it means.
Okay.
What it means is that, and indeed we are now focused on the detail, the minutiae of the east-west axis and the layout of the new town. That was the townscape we're examining now was overlain onto a previous landscape, which is shown on plans in both Mr. Murphy's evidence and in Miss Markham's, that was entirely swept away without any regard to character in the 1950s and 60s.
Well, I think that the reason I included this paragraph in my proof was because I think it recognises that 1950s led master plan has created a distinctive sense of place and distinct local identities, which are of the 20th century. Of course, any new town will sit on an old landscape. That is inevitable. And I believe that there was a farmstead called Basildon Hall, which is where I think the new town got its name from. There was a pattern of fields and some roads, but of course, this new town was imposed on an old landscape, very little of which survives, maybe some oak trees, maybe some of those great oaks that we'll no doubt be talking about later.
Well, just to put your answer in context, if you turn to page 216 of 303 in Ms. Markham's appendices, so 216 of 303.
216. Yes, I have it.
I think the figure 5 there is also produced by Mr. Murphy in his evidence. You've probably seen it. That is the plan, isn't it? That must have been referred to.
Fields, yeah, and the railways.
Yes, figure 4 is the fields and the orchards. Figure 5, I think, is a more recent plan. Yes, because that's Barnet Street plan. Again, we'll be familiar with those, showing what was there before the new town was imposed on the pre-existing landscape. Yeah. So that must be what is referred to in the quote you've set out at paragraph 224.
Yes.
Thank you. All swept away. Now 226, I think this is where you've made the amendment, isn't it, in your errata from yesterday? The latter part of 226, your proof, page 16, Peel site is identified at that time for shops and offices with a market to the south and proposed town hall to the north. That was referring to the Orwell Peel site, I assume.
That's a sentence left over, I'm afraid.
Left over from the last proof. Yeah. Well, I do appreciate you were doing this in something of a hurry, Mr. Dowd, so no blame. But I just wanted to. I picked that up before the errata came, but I now understand what you've done. Page 17 is as your figure 1, which is a plan that we saw slightly more clearly on Mr. Macau's presentation this morning, but I think it's the same plan, isn't it? The 1957 master plan, which is familiar, a feature of this inquiry and the last. That I think dates from 57, and you tell us at the foot of page 16 that the planners were working from 1949 on the master plan for Basildon. Correct?
Yes.
So that was the product of those 8 years' work. And Town Square, as we've seen, is in broadly in the centre of that town centre layout. And we can see immediately to the west of that, and again, this was a feature that Mr. Macau picked up in his presentation, one can see a rectangular block which is marked Town Hall.
Yes.
And it's tempting to speculate that the presence of Town Hall, the intended presence of the Town Hall, may have justified the naming of Town Square, but that's speculation on my part. I don't know whether you've got any understanding of the relationship between those two labels.
I have no understanding of any connection, I'm afraid. I just assumed that Town Square was called Town Square because it was the central square to the new town.
And next to what was to be the town hall. Of course, the town hall never materialised there, did it?
It didn't.
At any stage in the history, and the council offices, certainly since 1986, have been located on the northwestern side of St Martin's Square.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere recently that the council offices were in the offices above some of the shops on the south side of Town Square. So maybe there was a civic function, but
certainly since '86, they've been on the St Martin's Square, and it's fair to say, isn't it, that St Martin's Square has the larger gathering of civic uses, doesn't it? With the college, the theatre, town hall, church. Sorry?
It's got the theatre, the town hall, the church, the Campanile, yes.
Yeah, so it would be fair to say that St Martin's Square, although it's not called Town Square, has the larger gathering of civic uses.
Oh, but it's called St Martin's Square because that's the name of the church, which is the symbolic structure.
And that wasn't the question. I fully understand the church is there. I'm merely putting to you that St Martin's Square now happens, perhaps in contrast to the original intention, has the larger gathering of civic uses, with the church, the council offices, the theatre, Campanile being at the forefront of that list.
There's no question that St Martin's Square has a civic emphasis to its land and its appearance.
Good. Turning on, please, to page 20. That's an aerial photograph, photograph 11 from 1979, which you've created a caption there, aerial view from 79, illustrating the strength of the east-west sequence of open spaces, along with a clear demonstration of the singular role played by Brooke House in relation to the predominantly lower rise 3 to 4 story blocks. In fact, although it's rather sort of flattened by the photograph, we have Great Oaks House, don't we, just to the left of
yes, we can see Great Oaks House.
Quite clearly see. So it's slightly lost in the grainy image, but I think it was constructed and complete at that stage, wasn't it?
It looks like it was, yes. And we can also see the black glazing wall of Northgate House in that image as well, above Brooke House.
Yes, and of course, that's a bird's eye view, which no one's ever going to obtain. But it's right, isn't it? If one now superimposes the effect of the Orwell decision onto that photograph on the left-hand side of the image, will have the towers that have recently been consented rising up 17 stories.
That's right, yes. Separate and distant from the block in which the current proposals are proposed.
I wonder whether a bird would make that distinction, Mr. Lowndes, and this of course is of interest to, I wonder whether a bird would make that distinction. Of course, this image is only of interest to birds, isn't it?
Well, I think it's of interest to us because it helps us understand the form and morphology of the town centre and its historic development.
And the Orwell scheme, if one were to superimpose it onto that image, immediately to the south of the east-west axis, would introduce 3 new taller elements, one taller than Brooke House, right in that central core area of the town centre, wouldn't it?
It's to the south of the east-west alignment at the far western end of the east.
But you provided us with a helpful view of the whole of the town centre with the ring road there. I'm saying that would introduce 3 new taller structures, including one taller than Brooke House, right in that core part of the town centre.
Right at that end of the core part of the town centre, I agree, but they are distinct and separate from the block of which the appeal scheme is part, a block which includes Brooke House.
And then on the other side of that double page, page 21, we've got your figure 3 with the grid.
Yes.
And this is where you have sought, I think, to separate the Great Oaks development, both the car park and the tower, by very slight slithers of white, which represent the walkway. If I'm reading this correctly, the pavement. And I'm going to leave you know from the Orwell inquiry that Ms. Markham and you disagree about this point as to whether the Great Oaks car park and block are read together with the appeal site or separately. We don't agree with you about that. We didn't agree with you about it last time. And I'm content to leave the inspector to take a view on whether that thin slither of the pavement is a sensible way to divide the urban blocks.
So I think it's more than a thin slither of pavement which distinguishes and separates Brook House from Great Oaks House.
Well, we're talking. I mean, as I understand it, you're seeking to separate the car park as well, aren't you?
I am, yes.
You're saying that the car park is in a separate urban block to the appeal site.
Yeah.
We don't agree with any of that, so I'm going to leave the inspector to take a view on it.
While we're talking about it, maybe we can just reference the aerial photograph that was contained in Mr. McCower's presentation that he gave earlier.
Which one?
I think it's page 31. And it's an aerial photograph taken directly above the appeal site. I don't know if you've been able to find it.
34.
34. I obviously didn't count properly.
Yeah, and what point did you want to make, Mr.
Well, the point I want to make is that it's quite clear that there is a distinction between the blocks that form the block that forms the appeal site and the block that forms the car park. The physical characteristics, the morphological characteristics of the two blocks are distinct and distinguished, and they are separated by a thoroughfare. So, in my opinion, that's
the pavement.
A thoroughfare, yeah.
Very well, yes, I think that's the point that I put to you, and we don't think that's realistic, but I don't think much turns on it, so I was proposing to move on.
Okay, let's move on.
Page 23, under the heading Building Form, Height, Scale and Massing, you introduce your stat Kroner point. I don't think that was a point that you were taking in your evidence at the Orwell inquiry, was it?
I think it was a point I was taking, but I didn't have the phrase, the word to define it. And I think that concept was in the evidence of one of the Rule 6 parties, I think, perhaps.
No, I think it was possibly Mr. Griffiths on behalf of the appellant, in fact.
That's right. And
you've, as it were, latched onto it and included it in your proof, harvested it for use.
I latched onto it because it was a useful way of describing what I'd rather inelegantly been trying to explain in more words than perhaps Stadtkron.
Which is Stadtkron.
But
you read, Ms. Markham has picked up on this, as you would have seen, and I'm sure you've read her rebuttal proof, where she has taken the trouble to look at this in a little more detail and provide to the inspector the article that you've referred to. You've seen that?
Yep.
And it's, I think it's Appendix 2 to Ms. Markham's rebuttal, which should be bound into the back of the rebuttal document rather than as a separate production.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hill, what's that reference?
Ma'am, it's Appendix 2 to Ms. Markham's rebuttal proof, and it's bound into the, in my version, it's bound into the back of the rebuttal rather than as a separate appendices. I think that was just done quickly and conveniently at the time. Hope you've got that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Should be should say December 2021 on the front page. I don't think there's internal pagination, but there are only a couple of appendices, and it's Appendix 02, which is this article that Mr. Lowndes has referenced at page 23, paragraph 2.49 and 2.50 of his proof. And you now had a chance to read this article, Mr. Lowndes. I assume you hadn't managed to do the translation yourself. To be perfectly honest with you, I haven't read it because the file came to me corrupted and I couldn't open it, so I actually haven't had a chance to read it. Well, I'm sorry. Had we known that, I'm sure we would have supplied a fresh copy for you. But I don't want to dwell on it, but it makes interesting reading, and it's a piece of architectural philosophy, really, that seems to stem largely from the study of ancient types such as the Acropolis and the Temple of Angkor Wat, and then applying that in medieval times to Notre Dame. And talks of a city, a Stadt, with a vast symmetrical plan focusing on a city crown. That there's no evidence, is there, that Brooke House in Basildon was conceived in that way?
No, I think it's a useful word to help describe how Brooke House was conceived. It was to perform a civic function, to create a physical component around which the town could organise itself. And I think
you said no, there is no evidence that it was conceived in that way. And of course, it will now be eclipsed, won't it, by the tallest tower in the Orwell scheme, which is 6 metres.
Can I just finish?
I'm so sorry.
If I could just finish my question, my answer to your question. No, there's no evidence that it was conceived of as a Stadtkroon, but I think the philosophy behind the adjustment which led to Brooke House was similar in the way that it was to create a form, an object, a civic scale building around which the town could organize itself and through which the town could actually identify itself and the town centre could be identified. So I think we may not want to apply it in the academic sense, but I think it remains a useful word as a description of a civic element of a emerging townscape. And just in relation to your follow-on question, which I think you said is dominated by the powers of the Orwell scheme.
No, I said that it would now be eclipsed in height by the tallest Orwell tower.
Well, I mean, I think Inspector Rose is very careful in his consideration of the eclipse or potential eclipse. Of course, the 17-storey tower that's been given permission is the same number of stories as Brooke House. If you add the 3 stories of the Plotty and the 14 stories above, 17 stories each, it is taller in absolute terms by about 5 or 6 meters. But it is a long way from Brooke House. It is off alignment. And although the townscape singularity of Brooke House is eroded by those buildings, the townscape singularity of Brooke House as a whole remains.
Well, I mean, this whole section of your proof really needs to be updated, doesn't it, Mr. Lowndes, to cope with the fact that we now have the Orwell decision. For example, 255 on page 25, Brooke House, the singular focal point, whilst there are other taller buildings, none are taller than Brooke House. Now, again, that won't be correct, will it? Now we've got.
As a matter of fact, if the Orwell scheme is built, that won't be correct. There will be one building taller, but it is distant, and it is not on the immediate scope of influence that the inspector was very careful to describe in relation to other elements of the town centre around Brook House.
So just before I move off Stadtkrone, you haven't in fact read the article that provides the reference that you've given at paragraph 2.49 and 250.
No, I have. The reference I give is to the Dictionary of Urbanism.
Right.
And I have read that.
Yes, and you haven't read the detailed account of what Bruno Tout was seeking to explain.
I'm applying that term from my understanding of what Robert Cowan said in his Dictionary of Urbanism, which is how I describe it. So I think it's perfectly legitimate to apply that word.
I'll leave the inspector to take a view on that. Let's move on to paragraph 263, please, which is where you set out your summary of the key townscape characteristics. And again, if one runs through those, it's only in relation to subparagraph 3 that there's going to be any change, isn't it? In terms of the other elements, there will continue to be a grid, there will continue to be a pedestrian precinct, there will continue to be continual frontages, there'll be diversity of language and materiality, covered circulation space, there'll be public realm, there'll be public art. It's the issue of the one tall landmark centrepiece that is between us.
And that's quite a big gap.
Well, save that, there won't be one tall landmark centrepiece anymore. There will be an introduction of 3 new tall buildings, one taller than Brook House, as we've already discussed. It's all about to change, isn't it, Mr.
Yes, but
all about to change.
The Inspector Rose is very careful to describe how the role of those 3 buildings, one of which would be taller than Brook House, would not intrude into the wider role as a townscape landmark for the town that Brook House performs.
He dealt with it very carefully, and I'm not seeking to suggest otherwise, but he took his decision to allow that appeal, grant permission for those 3 towers on the basis that, and I quote, the singular landmark quality of Brook House would be eroded and that the proposed development would lessen the focus of Brook House. Paragraphs 45 and 104.
Yes, in that view, I think he says.
Sorry, I think you've got a bit confused here in chief. If we just look back at E25, your focus in your evidence in chief was on paragraph 40 of E25, yes, where one is indeed, the inspector is indeed looking at a specific view. He's looking at the view from the railway station. And there is reference to removing the singularity of Brook House in this view.
Yes.
My point arises from his final paragraph in this section on the townscape road of Brook House, which is paragraph 45, where he draws together his views, makes the point that the 4 locations he considered are only representative static viewpoints, and he makes the point he's conducted further visits in and around the town centre. And then he says, in my opinion, although the singular landmark quality of Brook House would be eroded. Now that is a broad conclusion, isn't it? That isn't simply about the railway platform.
Yeah, you're right. It is an overall conclusion, which is informed by his consideration of views, for instance, from the railway platform, and he accepts that singularity would be eroded, but it would not be extinguished. I think that there is a fundamental difference between the Orwell scheme and this appeal scheme, in that the singular landmark quality of Brook House would not simply be further eroded, but profoundly lost and gone.
You're just sort of you're tacking to change your position in the light of the decision, aren't you? Because at the Orwell inquiry, you were arguing exactly as you were arguing now, that the Orwell scheme would fundamentally affect the singularity and role of Brook House as it exists at the time. You've lost that argument, and now you're effectively adjusting your argument to cope with the circumstances in which you find yourself after Mr. Rose has issued his decision.
Yeah, of course, the argument has to evolve because of the terms of the decision that Inspector Rose issued.
And the only point I was seeking to agree with you, Mr. Lyons, was that Mr. Rose reaches the view that in the round, the singular landmark quality of Brook House would be eroded.
It would be eroded, but not lost.
I realise that. Yeah, I realise that. And it's not our case that it will be lost. There's been no doubt about it. But it was your case that at the Orwell inquiry, that the singular landmark quality of Brook House would be lost. That case was rejected. And Mr. Rose has put his conclusions in the term that it would be eroded.
Well, yes, but we have to redefine the terms of singularity. So that the fact that the singular role of Brook House would be eroded means that it still survives, and it continues to survive in other key relationships. And it's some of those other key relationships that we're concerned about at this inquiry.
Which is perfectly proper for the inspector to explore, and we have never suggested otherwise. But the singularity argument that there should be one tallest building in Basildon Town Centre and nothing should eclipse it, that argument has been lost, hasn't it?
I don't think it's as absolute as that. It's not as black and white as that, because the role of Brook House, its singular role, will continue to be understood and appreciated despite the grant of permission for the Orwell scheme. At the moment, it will not be appreciable if the appeal scheme were to be granted.
Well, we thought the argument was misconceived in the first place, Mr. Lyons. So it doesn't come as any surprise to us that Mr. Rose has expressed his conclusions in those terms. But I think we've probably taken that as far as we can. I've got no further questions on Mr. Rose's decision, ma'am. So that's probably as good a place to break as I can find.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hill, Mr. Lang. So it's now nearly 20 to 5. If we break for today, just a few housekeeping things. I did get confirmation that the Rule 6 party, from the Rule 6 party, their housing land supply witness will be available on the Tuesday. So that I don't know if you have it, but I've sent off a revised programme, and that'll just give us clarity as to where we're going from here. So it's now 20 to 5. Are there any other matters that we need to pick up?
I don't think so, ma'am. Not from
I don't think so. So we will resume again at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and Mr. Hill will continue his cross-examination of Mr. Langs. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.